Mr. Mallya is out of the country. Liquor Baron Vijay Mallya, who finds himself in a raging 9,000 crore loan default scam. Welcome on Figuring Out, sir. Why are you doing this after 9 years?
In India, public opinion is very quickly formed and influenced by the media. Chor, paisa loot ke bhag gaya. Kya paisa? Kya loot?
Hi, I'm Vijay Mallya.
So it's not just huge, it is humongous.
Nothing else comes close. Kingfisher is a class apart.
Vijay Mallya case.
You were the biggest airline in the country.
Welcome aboard Kingfisher Airlines.
India's biggest airline.
Going to be there amongst the best airlines in the world.
What went wrong?
So I went to Shri Pranab Mukherjee, then Finance Minister of India. I have to downsize this airline. I was told not to downsize Kingfisher at that time. You continue, banks will support you. That is how it all started.
Kingfisher Airlines has been forced to suspend all of its flights. Kingfisher Airlines has been struggling.
At the time when you asked loan, the company was not doing that great.
Please never forget, I gave my personal guarantee. So all this narrative of chor kabhi apna personal guarantee deta hai kya?
People give you this kind of loan against collateral. They took shares of Kingfisher Airlines at the double price. There's again a statement that your international employees were getting paid, Indian employees were not.
The company in India had no money. With UB's money of 260 crores with the bank under the control of the government of Karnataka. Court said no.
Multiple international courts, Switzerland authorities, one of the courts from UK, they have also found you guilty for misrepresentation of funds. Do you ever feel sorry that you couldn't do anything?
I apologize publicly to everyone for the failure of Kingfisher Airlines.
Here's what pissed people off. That in your private life you were enjoying. You had a grand birthday party, your 60th birthday party. Do you think you shouldn't have done that party?
Why?
Somebody mentioned that you took out 35 million euros and invested in buying properties in France.
Rubbish.
What happened between 2012 and 2015?
I made 4 settlement offers to the banks, which they refused to accept.
2015, CBI started investigating you. They found you siphoning the money. 3rd March 2016, case needs to be heard or needs to be represented in front of Supreme Court. 2nd March, you left the bank. On 15th April, your suspension came for your passport. And 24th April was the revocation. Why didn't you reply?
I'd like to show you something. Here is...
What is the biggest challenge of doing business in India?
government. It's in the Indian DNA.
But how did you manage that before? Would there ever be exchange under the table as well?
I'm not going to confirm or deny that because I leave it to your imagination.
How do you make money now? Do you feel restricted now? What's your biggest fear now? Or are you prepared for the worst? Have you ever imagined yourself actually going to jail? Would you be willing to return to country if you're assured fair trial?
If I am assured, absolutely, I will think about it seriously. But
This episode is not about glorifying a fugitive, nor it is about justifying any wrongs. It's about asking the hard questions to the man at the center of one of India's most controversial financial stories. After 9 years of complete media silence, Vijay Mallya chose our podcast Figuring Out to speak publicly for the first time. I didn't do this podcast to celebrate him. I did it because I was curious. I read his tweets, I heard the headlines, but I'd never heard the full side of the story. Because the tweets that he makes are different than what the headlines talk about him. There's a mismatch. As a podcaster, my job is to ask every uncomfortable question, and I did. Vijay Mallya claims he never committed fraud. He says he wanted to pay back the loans, that his properties were seized and sold, and that he's being framed. He also says he's ready to face the consequences, whatever they may be, if he's given the fair chance of trial. I've tried to cover his childhood, business building, the man behind the image, the rise, the fall, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the life before and the life now. I'm not here to decide who's right or wrong. I trust the Indian judicial system to do that. This conversation is for those who want to listen, think, and question. It's not about taking sides. It's about understanding all sides. Watch this episode with utmost sincerity and let me know in the comments, what do you think? Welcome on Figuring Out, sir. Thank you for doing this. And my objective of this whole podcast is going to be that I want to know your side of story. There are so many things that we have heard. There are so many things which are probably right or wrong. I don't know what's going on. And I think apart from me, there are millions of Indians who want to know the same thing. You're highly talked about. I also feel that there are so many things which people have just heard and started building their own narrative about you. So I wanted to, out of in inquisitiveness, curiosity, and B, out of a responsibility, I wanted to take this forward. So thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for giving us an opportunity. And the best thing which I really liked about this is when you came here and you said, I'm ready to answer everything which you want to talk about. I don't think many people give that opportunity. So thank you for doing this. But the first question is, why are you doing this after 9 years? There are thousands of people who must have reached out to you over the years. Why all of a sudden the need after 9 years that, okay, I'll say yes. And yes to us. Why?
Very good question. Nice place to start. For the last 9 years, I have been the subject of a vicious, relentless trial by media in India, who, as you have rightly pointed out, have created so many narratives, negative narratives about me, that I have become a lightning rod of public anger, being abused, called names. And that was very unfortunate, both professionally and personally. So rather than try and take on this huge Indian media machine, I just prefer to keep quiet. Now, times have changed. And I can't help but recalling that when President Trump was inaugurated, in the first press briefing by the White House press secretary, she said that a few seats were now going to be reserved for the very first time for people who represented new media or social media. I didn't even know that a podcast existed, let alone understanding what a podcast really meant, until you told me and explained it to me in a manner that I got quite excited about, because here is my opportunity to not only answer your questions, but to say things that I truly feel would never, ever have been truthfully reported by the legacy media, particularly in India. That's why I'm here.
Why do you think nobody cared about hearing you then?
In India, it's strange, but public opinion is very quickly formed and influenced by the media. More importantly, by sensationalism. I still remember the anchor of one media channel in 2016 shouting and screaming on the television, saying, Vijay Mallya, I want to see you in jail clothes. I want to see you eat jail food, with an image of me in jail attire. What for? I always wondered what for. Subsequently, chor, paisa loot ke bhag gaya. Kya paisa? Kya loot? Nobody bothered to step back and think. But it was very easy to fling false accusations day after day and get away with it. One of the reasons I agreed to sit with you today is also because it is only very recently that finally the government of India, Ministry of Finance, has published a report, their annual report, in which they have acknowledged 14,100 crores recovered from me. Of course, this was following the finance minister's statement in Parliament. And the legacy media can't argue with that anymore. They can't put any spin on it anymore. The Debt Recovery Tribunal gave a judgment debt of 4,999 crores borrowed by Kingfisher Airlines, not by Vijay Mallya. Borrowed by Kingfisher Airlines, of which Vijay Mallya was one of the guarantors. So what is the DRT judgment debt? 4,999 crores plus 1,203 crores unapplied interest. Okay, which means notional interest that the banks had not even booked. Forget that. The total of the unapplied interest and the principal was 6,203 crores. Okay? And I was the guarantor. The government has recovered 14,100 crores from me. Right? Now, if I had done chori, if I had duped the banks, where does this all add up? Till very recently, there was absolutely no official figure of recovery. Right? So everybody, the legacy media in particular, wrote whatever they wanted. Right? And I was in no position to contradict. Today, after the government of India has acknowledged the recovery of 14,100 crores, I think it's my turn to ask them what they have to say about it.
Because you say that a lot of things about you are false narrative. Let's go down to from your childhood. We speak from the beginning and you tell me everything that people have been said, people think is wrong.
Yeah.
And I'll try to present the facts and the narratives which I have heard and which I have gathered through my research.
All right.
And if you're okay with counter somewhere, I'll counter you as well.
No, please feel free to counter me.
Perfect.
If there's something that you feel is debatable or you want to make a counterpoint, I'm ready for it.
Perfect. Because I feel that's my little responsibility out there to hear the right side and the wrong side both and let then people think about it and let them make the right call.
That's fair.
Perfect. So before even I ask you about childhood, do you regret anything?
I regret one thing, which is that after all my hard work, all the value that I created in so many multiple ways, that effectively the government of India and of course the media made me a zero from a hero. And that's a fact of life that I have had to stomach and live with. Now, whether that was justified or not is something that I'm sure will be encompassed in your own questions.
Zero from a hero. Let's talk about building of a hero first. And we'll come down to zero again. So before the billionaire Vijay Mallya, before the controversies, before all of this flamboyance and scandals and things that people talk about, who was Vijay Mallya as a child? Where were you born? What did you do? How was your childhood? Tell me about it.
Born in Calcutta, moved to our hometown Bangalore, went back to Calcutta, did my schooling there, did my college education there in Calcutta. And my upbringing under my father was a very normal, I would say strict upbringing.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me an incident, strict childhood.
Two things. When I was still in school, class 9 at La Martiniere in Calcutta, my marks were not very good in class. I was a mid-ranker. Only because I took a lot of interest in sport and extracurricular activities. But I didn't, concentrate fully on studies and my mark sheets. And he told me, and I think most people know it, he was exceptionally intelligent, was a product of the Doon School, I think topped his class. So he expected me to also top my class. Nevertheless, he said something to me which I think I remember till today.
What?
Two things made a profound impact. One, if you're not good enough, you are not going to step into my shoes. And the second thing he said, do you realize that while I say step into my shoes, there may not be any shoes at all, because the government and its then socialist policies may have taken everything away from us, and the only thing I can leave to you is your education. So take it seriously. I think I repaid some amount of faith because for my last 3 years in school, 9, 10, 11, I think I came within the top 3 in class, and he was quite happy about that.
So weren't you a little spoilt as child?
Spoilt? Oh my God, I was anything but spoilt.
Really? You had all the fancy toys, you had all the things that you used to...
Absolutely no fancy toys at all. That's completely false narrative. After I passed out of school, and when I went to St. Xavier's College to study BCom, my father was very clear. You go to college at 6 o'clock in the morning, and when you finish at 10:30, you go and work a full day at the office as a management trainee. I was put on a stipend of 400 rupees a month, and that 400 rupees never increased right the way my time through college. So that's all I got, 400 rupees a month, and was working, in those days, Phipson and Company Limited, Old Courthouse Street in Calcutta, every day after college.
Aren't there stories that you used to go to college in a very fancy car and you removed the silencer just to show the noise of your car, the loudness of your car, and you were always a show off, weren't you?
I was no show off at all, and the fancy car that I have was a second-hand Standard Herald.
So where are these stories coming from?
I don't know. It's people's narratives, people's perceptions. That's why it's important to correct those perceptions. Talking about noise, even a fatfatia in Delhi makes a hell of a lot of noise. You don't have to drive a fancy car to make a noise down the street.
So you are telling me that all these stories of you having fancy toys, remote control cars, and then fancy cars with loud noises, all of this is false.
Well, I may have tampered with the silencer of my car.
Okay.
Because I was always into kind of fast cars, loved motor racing and stuff like that. But, it still remained a Standard Herald.
But why did you do that? Like just to show off like the noise and everything?
Look, if you can modify the silencer of a car, like you can modify the top end of a car's engine to make it go a little quicker. That's the basics of motorsport.
But how were you as a child, personality-wise? Were you confident? Were you a little arrogant?
No, this is all a question of perception. Arrogant is also your understanding of arrogance, my understanding of arrogance. But I'll tell you one thing. I was always self-confident. And whenever I was invited to give talks at various universities and educational establishments, I always told the youngsters that when they start off life, they must be self-confident, because it is only self-confidence that will bring out the best in you. And I still believe that till today. And because I started young, I am passionate about youth empowerment.
But this would have not been the case always. As a kid, we all have like a lot of insecurities. It's not always confidence. What was your biggest insecurity when you were growing up?
I don't. Yeah, probably the biggest insecurity was when the examination results were due, and what my dad would have to say about it. But no, beyond that, my life is pretty plain and simple. Great bunch of school friends, great bunch of college buddies in Calcutta, not the glitzy lights of Bombay. And yeah, so it was pretty normal, but nothing fancy. But I had a very strict set of supervisors at work who were clearly instructed by my father to be tough with me, to make sure, I worked my butt off. And I'm none the happier for it. That's what made me.
But did you ever get to a position or in a thinking as a child that one day I'll be powerful, one day I'll be very rich?
No, absolutely not. I mean, how could I be so presumptuous? Here I had a dad who was hands-on, working 24/7, young, and who told me that if I didn't measure up, I'd have no place in the business. So I couldn't be presumptive, could I?
But your father was a wealthy man. In those times, there were only few wealthy people. So you would presume this, right? Like, I will have all this wealth inherited. I'll be maybe bigger than my father, or maybe just have all of these things.
I didn't have any such aspirations in those days. And wealth was something that was very relative. And my father certainly was a very frugal spender. So irrespective of how much wealth he had, he certainly wasn't a spendthrift.
You said when you used to go to work, your father put strict supervisors. Right? What would those strict supervisors made you do?
Well, first of all, make sure that I came to the office on time, straight after college. It wasn't as if I'd sort of roll up whenever I wanted to.
Okay.
The second, I was given a clear set of tasks. I was a salesman. I had to go and visit the shops in the market. I had to visit distributors. I had to spend time with the accounts department to understand accounting, corporate accounting. And marketing, sit with the ad agencies and stuff like that. So it was a comprehensive training program, but with no forgiveness in any sense. I had to work a full day. I couldn't sort of get up and go or come when I liked, which was fine. I mean, looking back, it was a great grounding.
What happened next? So you were in Xavier's, you started going to work, and then you went to States.
Yeah, my dad sent me off to the States to work for American Hearst.
Okay.
American Hearst, as it was then known, became then Aventis. And now the pharmaceutical company, the global company, is called Sanofi. So yeah, I was sent there, worked there once again as a management trainee. I then was brought to England to work in Jensen and Nicholson. I was a paint foreman in the paint factory. It used to be mixing paint at night. And yeah, I mean, slowly I understood what my father's methods were.
What was his method?
Which is basically a strict training regimen. And I did pretty well because I can tell you, he expressed his appreciation for my work. I got a pretty good report card from America. He said he was proud of me. I did well here in England, mixing paint. And when I went back to India, his health was becoming indifferent. Okay. Even though at that time he was only 57 years old. His health was becoming indifferent. He had a history of heart disease. So he sort of got me to work for him in the core business. And then of course the story of Kingfisher, the story of McDowell's Number One, Bagpiper, and all these brands that subsequently became very well known began then.
How was your relationship with your father?
The relationship with my father was excellent. He was a man of few words. But there's one thing he did which embarrassed me no end, that every time he saw me, he gave me a big kiss on my cheek. Whether it was at an airport or in the office or at home, he'd give me a hug and a big kiss on the cheek. I mean, bless him for that.
Did he ever doubt you that whether you will be able to continue and build his legacy or not?
I think the biggest certificate I got was from my bosses in America. And they gave me a pretty good certificate, a pretty good report. And that finally, I think, gave him the confidence to say, my son is stepping up to my expectations.
What was your first bold step in your father's company?
Oh, Kingfisher. I went to my father and I said, I need 10 lakhs rupees to market Kingfisher beer. And he said, that's a princely sum of money. What are you going to do with it? How are you going to do it? Etc., etc. Because I saw in the archives of United Breweries this label of Kingfisher beer, which had been actually launched in 1857, gathering dust and, with a pretty archaic Kingfisher bird on it, sort of prehistoric version. But I said to myself, the mere word brand Kingfisher is very evocative in so many ways. It could be made into a fun brand. Now, my time in Calcutta, going back to my training days, when I spent time with them, with the marketing department, more importantly, interacted with the people in the advertising agencies. My time in America, where, I still remember the two big banks, which is Bank of America and Citibank. And Citibank said, the city never sleeps. And Bank of America came out saying, we caught the city napping. That was the level of marketing, advertising, tongue-in-cheek stuff, which caught your attention. And so I became fascinated with marketing. And I came away back to India, started working in the business, and I always said, a brand needs a personality. Of course, I very quickly realized in India, I couldn't replicate what they did in America because for alcohol, India is a media dark environment where the advertising of alcohol is banned. So in a way, I had to think of ways of authoring surrogate advertising, which I did pretty successfully. Not some Mickey Mouse stuff where if you want to advertise an alcoholic brand that you sort of suddenly, produce some music cassettes. I built a full water business around Kingfisher and a water business of significant enough size that you could justify advertising it. Okay, and therefore you advertise the core brand. So I gave Kingfisher a very colorful personality because that's what evokes you. Like McDowell Number One. Golden moments, McDowell moments. It's evocative. It's supposed to convey that, if you want to hang out and have a good time with your friend, golden moments, well, it's a McDowell moment. So there were many, many such examples of how I actually gave brands their personalities. And in many ways, I supplemented by becoming the brand ambassador myself.
And all of this was happening when your father was still alive?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You said India was media dark when it comes
Still
to
is.
alcohol, which still is the reality. And there was a point where I think government banned alcohol.
No.
Or what was that?
Certain states introduced prohibition, such as Andhra Pradesh, unified Andhra Pradesh. Of course, Gujarat has always been dry. But the advertising of alcohol is banned in India and has been banned and still is banned.
When was that? When was this time when you started acquiring a lot of alcohol brands? Because a lot of those brands were scared of the state because the state was getting involved in the alcohol business, or maybe they wanted to ban or prohibit certain things. What was this time where you started acquiring certain alcohol brands and cheap because you and your father was bullish on it?
No. That was in 1977 when Morarji Desai was the Prime Minister of India, and he publicly announced that there should be prohibition all India. Okay, which means that alcohol should be banned across the country. So obviously the value of the stocks and shares of almost all alcoholic beverage companies, whether distilleries or breweries, fell. My father was very clear that prohibition could never succeed in India. And therefore, he bought. And so that's how we became number one by quite a fair distance. Because all those who panicked and sold out, my father acquired.
But was there something you guys knew which others didn't?
No,
or it was
absolutely.
just pure conviction?
No, it was just pure conviction because we knew that prohibition had not even succeeded in the United States. And plus, if you look at the amount of revenue generation for the state governments through the sale of alcohol, there's no way in the world that prohibition would have succeeded in India.
What happened after your father's death? You were doing this successful sting, you were taking bold steps, you wanted to make alcohol a cool brand. All of this was happening. Everything was going right? What happened then?
Well, I was in the US. I had gone to finalize promotion and export of Black Dog Scotch whiskey when my father sadly passed away at a cocktail party in then Bombay. And he was only 59. Nobody ever expected him to pass so young. I was just past 27. So I took the Air India flight and flew back from New York and performed my father's last rites. And then the fun began because my father surrounded himself with a few stalwarts.
Meaning?
People who he put in positions of great authority who were also very close to him personally. So he had somebody running the Western India businesses, somebody running the Eastern India businesses, somebody running the Southern India businesses. And don't ever forget, in those days, the structure was that United Breweries Limited was the holding company. And the other companies in the group were largely controlled by its largest shareholder, United Breweries, or they were subsidiary companies. And so the inevitable debate started on what next, what role I should have. Of course, people acknowledge that I was in the business. But people, I think, were a little reticent to speak openly about their own aspirations of being the chairman. Then something very funny happened. We had annual general meeting of shareholders that was coming due. And the shareholders in the front line who had seen me with my dad proposed my name. And that's how all other aspirants were silenced. because they couldn't publicly sort of get up and say that they were more qualified, particularly when it was evident I had shareholder support. And there I was installed in what I call the hot seat at a very young age, but fortunately, thanks to my upbringing, my father's insistence on proper training, familiarization with the business, time in America, time working with him, I wasn't raw. I had a fair amount under my belt to be able to address the challenge of the role.
I was reading an article where it said that you didn't trust people who were in control at the time of your father's when your father was a chairman. So that's why you hired your people and your friends, because you didn't know that if you could actually go to them for the right advice or no.
No. That's completely misleading. It's false. I never hired any of my friends. But let's put it this way. They would have been too young and inexperienced in any case. You know, I mean, as I said, I was barely 28. They would be my contemporaries. So the question of hiring them and putting them in management positions just didn't arise. But I encouraged a lot of professionalism from within. I mean, people who then became the president of the spirits division, of the breweries division, and all the rest of it. I mean, my father's time, the average age of the regional directors or the regional satraps was probably around 60, between 60 and 65. And in 5 years after I reorganized, I mean, the average age was about 40. Okay, and these were all professional managers promoted from within the ranks. I mean, yes, there were a couple of exceptions where I hired people from extremely well-known organizations like major consultancy firms, so on and so forth. But beyond that, largely it was all internal promotion.
Give me differences between before. Okay, so when your father was the chairman versus when you were the chairman. Give me 3-4 differences what happened in United Breweries.
It was the entire approach. For instance, mine was a decentralized, accountability-led approach.
Okay.
I would have monthly operating review meetings called MORs for each line of business.
Okay.
And that's all I wanted to know about how the businesses were performing on a regular day-to-day basis. I wasn't leaning over the shoulders of the management team and trying to micromanage things. When opportunities came along, then of course we'd had separate discussions. So if you empower people, accountability comes along with it, because people are also motivated to demonstrate their own capabilities. Now, my father's style was, as I said, far more hands-on, owner-operated, micromanaging management style, and he spent a lot of time doing it. I had a lot of free time, as I will tell you as we proceed, because of this decentralization and this whole new management culture that I had
Enough time in your
introduced in the UB group. And this was between, let's say, 1983 and 1986, 87. That is why I was able to then acquire the Berger Paints global business based here in the UK and actually become a non-resident Indian.
in 86.
88.
80, okay.
Yeah. And I still have a letter from the Reserve Bank of India confirming that from 1988 I would be treated as a non-resident Indian for tax and exchange control purposes. And the reason, and of course that obviously meant that I couldn't spend more than 180 days in India. Well, the luxury of spending 180 days out of India, running this new opportunity in international business.
Paints business.
I was able to do it only because of the decentralized management structure implemented in India. So both the foreign businesses and the Indian businesses ran very well.
Give me differences and similarities between Vittal Mallya and Vijay Mallya.
Well, Vijay Mallya's thought 100 times about spending money. Vijay Mallya probably thought twice. Yeah, well, I guess it's age. It's aspiration, it's age, it's different styles and outlook on life.
Was there any difference in terms of public attention as well? You were pretty loud, your personality was...
No. Look, once again, you can think whatever you want to think of me, and so can the whole world. Just because I'm a self-confident guy who is not afraid of public speaking, who doesn't suffer from stage fright, if you want to say that I am arrogant, flamboyant, go ahead and say it. I can't deny it. My father was very shy of public speaking. Totally the opposite. I am a very confident public speaker. I used to debate in school. I used to participate in drama in school. So I can speak.
So you didn't want public recognition. You loved speaking.
No, well, if somebody asked me a question or I was invited to speak, I'd speak. And people would, well, in some cases, tell me I'm talking nonsense. And in most cases, say they like my speak. But I was able to communicate from a platform.
But won't you speak certain things and tweak your speeches in a way that becomes headlines?
I never looked for headlines. I never ever looked for headlines. The headlines were created around me by the media. Let's take the case of flamboyance. Okay, and let's spend a minute on analyzing flamboyance. To me, flamboyance means loving life and appreciating the good things in life. That's what flamboyance is. In a public way.
Okay.
That is what I would say is the meaning of flamboyance. How old was I when my father died? 28. Compare me to other industrialists in India at that time. I was 28. I was chairman of UB Group. Who was chairman of RPG Enterprises? Mr. Ramaprasad Goenka. Who was the chairman of Reliance? Dhirubhai Ambani. Who was the chairman of the Birla Group? Mr. B.K. Birla. I was a contemporary of their children. But I was thrown into the deep end. So I was a group chairman being compared to people who were my father's age. Now, as a youngster, I had the passions of young people.
Like?
I enjoyed a good car. I enjoyed my drinks. I enjoyed parties. I enjoyed music. I enjoyed sport. Not all of my father's contemporaries, who suddenly became my contemporaries in business, lived that way. They were more conservative, more at home, more domestic, consistent with their own age. So suddenly the media decided, this guy, chairman of UB Group, is flamboyant. I was termed flamboyant only because I did what every other youngster aspired to do. At the end of the day, you have to make allowances, age-related allowances, let's put it that way. But it's okay. I have no regrets. I didn't spend anybody else's money. I spent my own money. I lived my life the way I wanted to live my life. if I look back, I've got millions of miles of corporate experience under my belt, starting off at a very young age. And I hope people appreciate the more positive contributions that I have made, rather than the persistently negative narrative that has overtaken and overshadowed effectively a whole career. I don't think I ever used that word flamboyant. It was the media and the narrative they created around me that was flamboyant for their own purposes. Now, I just lived like any other moderately wealthy 28-year-old would live.
No.
Yeah,
You lived an
absolutely.
extraordinary life.
How can it be extraordinary? In what way? Do you know what the exchange controls were in India? Do you know if you could import a Ferrari in India? Today you can. But go back to the 1985, 86, could you import a Ferrari? No way in the world.
So did you or did you not?
You could only buy cars from the State Trading Corporation through an auction process in Delhi.
But you ended up buying all of them.
I could not.
Later you bought it.
Look, I like good cars. I race cars. I've been racing cars since I was a teenager. Okay? I brought a Formula One car into India to race, okay, when my father was still alive. In fact, when I won the race at Sholavaram, okay, near then Madras, now Chennai, I called him from the racetrack and said, I won the race. He was very happy. So it wasn't as if I was trying to do things behind people's back. But, okay, I was fond of motorsports back then.
Okay, so it came from media, but did you enjoy the tag? Of
Where
flamboyant?
did I have the time to enjoy or spend my time and energy denying? I just lived my life, did my work, and I think whoever you may ask, I worked really hard.
See, this is very... Okay, this is very like a media answer, okay? What did... You were aware that people call you flamboyant. You were aware that this was the image being built. You were aware that headline mein yahi likha tha. What was your reaction? What did you start... Secretly, did you enjoy it?
No way.
So what was your
it.
reaction? The moment people would write it, you were like, ignore it.
Of course I would ignore it. What have I done for the last 9 years?
But at that time, you were in peak. You were...
Let me tell you something. Being referred to as flamboyant, some people may take as a compliment, but nobody will tolerate being called chore, thief, fugitive, right? These are damning words. I ignored all of it because I knew I couldn't fight it. Much like I ignored flamboyance. I couldn't spend all my time devoted to contradicting what the media wrote. Yeah, and now...
But, okay.
Let me also tell you, I referred to earlier, I said, this whole theme of flamboyance, the media, if you see the pattern of their reportage on me, okay, I mean, they kept on writing things which really, I thought, these guys don't have anything better to do. Vijay Mallya ne aise party kiya. Vijay Mallya is hosting a New Year's party at Kingfisher Villa. Vijay Mallya is doing this, that, and other things. Okay, bottom line is, they created a narrative of a personality that helped them to sell their own media. One day there was a terribly wrong, factually incorrect article in one of the large newspapers in India. So I called the owner. I said, how could you possibly publish something like this without checking the facts?
Kya tha?
Vijay, sorry yaar, your name sells. So they created this animal called Vijay Mallya, whose name started selling, so they could get more eyeballs, more readership, more viewership. But be that as it may, I lived my life. What was my objectives? I am not apologetic for the life I lived because I didn't spend anybody else's money except my own.
Hmm.
I didn't borrow 1 rupee from anybody. Okay? I was much maligned, much complimented, but effectively, I was my own brand ambassador. Take the case of one much talked about phrase, king of good times.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy to walk around with a label on my chest saying king of good times. Read, and this is where somebody must make the effort. See the label of the Kingfisher beer that was developed. It says the king of good times. The personality of Kingfisher beer was the king of good times. Ulta media started calling me the king of good times. So tell me, me being the king of good times will not help sell the beer.
But it did.
Because the beer itself was the genuine king of good times. And the personality that I gave Kingfisher, promoting sport, promoting fashion, promoting music, sponsoring motor racing. So all the stuff that's exciting to youngsters, that represented the personality of the Kingfisher brand. That's why Kingfisher was such a success.
But talk to me about building of Kingfisher. Don't you think it was at least that's what I think. It was a very well curated strategy that I will become a brand which represents Kingfisher.
No, I was brand ambassador. And I have done it not only for Kingfisher, but take the case of our spirits business. I actually came on national television with an ad encouraging people not to drink and drive. I did it myself. I didn't get some film star to do it. I did it myself.
So becoming a personal brand was a strategy then.
Of course it was.
So then why does it bother you that you were
Doesn't bother
tagged
me.
as like the king
Never
of good
bothered
times?
me. But that's what I'm saying. But I am not the person who labeled myself as king of good times.
You
It so
curated
happened that the media started calling me the king of good times. Fine.
because subtly you curated this, no?
I didn't curate king of good times. In what way?
By
doing
actually
what?
promoting a lifestyle which every young person would aspire to.
Why not? Young people are entitled to aspirations. Young people are entitled to improve lifestyles. Young people are entitled to treat themselves. But that doesn't mean I went around the whole world saying, well, you know what? I'm the king of good times. No way. Never said it even once.
But you knew it will happen.
No, I didn't. How should I care? I achieved my objective of making Kingfisher the #1 selling beer. That's it.
How did that happen?
So what happened along the way is irrelevant.
Okay, how did this happen? Kingfisher beer, how did it become #1? Tell me story of Kingfisher.
When I took over this business, Golden Eagle or Mohan Meekan Breweries was the largest beer company in India. Today, United Breweries Limited controls almost 52% of the beer market in India. Kingfisher is not very many product categories that can lay claim to 52% national market share. But yeah, Kingfisher is by far the #1 selling brand. That's because, yes, I curated a personality around Kingfisher, around fun, around excitement, around vibrancy, color. I created the brand and I achieved my objective. You take the case of McDowell #1. I mean, once again, this whole golden moments, McDowell moments, right? It was a little more sober than the Kingfisher ads because the target demographic was different. But It's the largest selling whiskey in the world today.
In
McDowell
the
number
world.
one. Right? All these brands I created.
Tell me one turning point which just made everything good for you in Kingfisher. Kingfisher beer specifically.
It's a sustained effort.
But when was the first time you thought, okay, now it'll work? Because
It was
as far
always
as
working. It as the
from day
brand-
one.
Yeah, when I relaunched in new packaging, right, make it more appealing on the shelf, started sponsoring music, fashion events, got more brand attention, automatically the sales started picking up. And then, as we went along, promoting our marketing strategy, which was clearly effective, the sales followed. Same thing with McDowell number one whiskey. Nothing's overnight. National brands are not built overnight.
There wasn't one moment that you could pinpoint, or was it?
How can you? How can you pinpoint a moment? Because it isn't like switching on and off a light switch.
Why did you get conviction that Kingfisher beer will work? Because it was a little expensive than other ones.
We had brands such as UB Royal, Flying Horse, we had Jubilee. Now you tell me, even though they were my brands, does any one of these evoke any excitement in you? No. But if I say to you Kingfisher, I mean, you take notice, right? So that's the platform I built on. All right. Similarly, as I said, I mean, you take the case of McDowell number one, right? It was targeted at a slightly higher demographic, but it went along with more sophisticated merchandising and stuff like that, which augured well for the brand. And today, as the Indian economy has grown, as consumer spending power has gone up, it's the world's biggest brand. Selling about 32 million cases per year.
What was the biggest challenge in building of Kingfisher beer and McDowell's?
I think...
Or everything was just painted red and it worked out for you?
No, there was nothing red about McDowell. It was all black and gold. The only one around that's red is Kingfisher. No, I think more than challenges, I look at opportunities. I mean, 2005, I bought Shawwalis, my biggest competitor. I mean, that propelled the spirits business, to number one position by far. Brought on board bands like Royal Challenge and all the rest of it. So, those were pretty bold business decisions, which once again, self-confidence. I had to pay $300 million for that company. Big amount of money. But made it work. That's how United Spirits was created. Today, with a market cap of almost 1 lakh crores. So, if you have the confidence to do it, you go do it.
You said you bought Berger paints at the same time. Talk about that. Why paints all of a sudden? You were making money with alcohol. You were minting profits out of alcohol. You were convinced that brands like Kingfisher and then at one point other brands as well would work out really well, which it did. Why buying a paint business? Like, this is so
the paint
bizarre.
business, British Paints in India, which is now called Berger Paints, was part of the Hex Group. My father was chairman of British Paints India.
Okay.
When he passed away, I became chairman of British Paints India. During my tenure as chairman of British Paints India, I learned something about the paint business. Right. Now,
What did you learn about paint business?
go back in time what I told you. When I was sent to America, then to England, I worked as a foreman in the Berger Paints Jensen Nicholson paint factory here in this country. So I not only knew about making paint, but also how a paint business was run, because I was chairman of Berger Paints. So when Hex Group decided to sell their global Berger Paints, headquartered in England, operating in the Caribbean, operating in Africa, in Asia, true multinational company. I went to them and put together a loan package with those days the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, and bought it because I had this aspiration of creating India's first multinational. That was back, as I said, 1988. Okay, so from being an Indian-centric business, I was operating in 25 countries worldwide, flying the Indian flag.
So your objective is only that I want to take India or Indian business to the world?
No, absolutely not. I was very focused on making a hefty profit out of it too. All right, which I successfully did. So I bought it in a leveraged buyout. And after that, I did IPOs. I did IPOs in Jamaica. I did IPOs on the Kenyan Stock Exchange. I did an IPO on the Singapore Stock Exchange and diluted our shareholding to 51%, but used the proceeds of the IPO to pay down the debt. Right? And then finally in 1996, I sold the entire business that was then listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange, and I made a fat profit. And I still remember, and I have no hesitation in saying this, that I went to my mom and I said, you see this piece of paper? This is what I earned. This is not inherited. I made it myself. So when I spend it, don't complain. No, I mean, that's on a lighter vein. But yeah, I mean, I that was when, as a non-resident Indian, I made my first serious piece of money out of entirely my own initiative in a paints environment. But hey, that's what it's all about. I mean, I got experience of doing IPOs in 3 different countries across the globe. That was invaluable experience.
Do you regret selling it? Because today Berger is, I think, 70,000 crore big business.
That's only one Berger in India. I owned the global Berger all over the world, including India. I sold Berger paints in India to the Dingras.
So do you regret selling
Did a great
it?
job with it. No, God bless them. They did a super job with it.
But
And
if it was doing so good, why did you sell it then?
Well, it was bought by the Malaysians. Okay, and they came with an offer I couldn't refuse. I mean, they offered me some 2.5 times the quoted share price.
Okay. You mentioned that you told your mother that I made this profit. Now don't complain when I spend it.
You're correct.
Tell me your relationship with your mother.
My mom brought me up. I used to live with her in Calcutta alone since 64, 65. And yeah, so she's stood by me like a rock. She's a very well-educated lady. And yeah, I mean, she's been living in England now for 30 plus years. But yeah, I wanted to buy a yacht. I wanted to buy a plane and stuff like that. And so I wanted to make sure I set the record straight. I told my mom, I earned this money. So if I spend it buying a yacht and spend it buying a plane, don't complain.
Did she complain? No.
Never.
But why did you say that then?
She enjoyed the yacht. What?
Okay. Why did you say this to her then? Was she like frugal? She would ask you not to spend?
No, it isn't that. I mean, it's natural for a parent. If you see something that's quite extraordinary, quite expensive, lavish, call it what you may. It's normal parental reaction to ask the child, why are you spending money or whatever. So, I'm just telling you, I made a joke out of it, but I was very proud that was money I earned. It wasn't money I inherited.
Tell me one lesson you learned from your mom.
Oh, I've learned many lessons from my mom. Don't waste time in life arguing. It's not worth it. Use your time productively. Think positively. Don't keep arguing with people unless it's a matter that's going to get you somewhere. And which argument gets you anywhere?
And what did you learn from your father? Give me one lesson. Something that you can't forget.
Hard work and an ability to read a balance sheet, company balance sheet.
He was really good at it, right? That's what it's written about him.
Superlative at it.
Do you miss your father?
I don't think I'd be as good, but I think whatever I learned from him was good enough for me to produce some excellent, robust balance sheets in all the companies I ran.
Do you miss him?
Well, who doesn't miss a dad? But, it's now 1983 to 2025 is a long time.
What do you miss about him?
You can't keep missing somebody for 40 years. Life is too short for that.
But do you think he would have been proud of you today?
Well, I would hope so. Certainly not proud of me being called chore or bhagoda. And certainly nobody would be proud of that. Certainly no parent. I know my mother gets very agitated even today. She's 98 years old. And every time she sees the Indian media, she's reduced to tears. Obviously, it hurts her more. I'm probably more thick-skinned, more robust, and I just ignore it. But, at that age, my mother doesn't. And it's very unfair what has been written, what has been alleged, because it's complete nonsense.
Let's walk through the case. Let's start from the point of what happened in Kingfisher Airlines. Okay. When did you decide that you want to start a Kingfisher Airline?
2002, 2003.
And you just... Okay, so here's the story. Hear me out. What I have gathered from reading about it is one day, out of blue, you go to an AGM or like just a board meeting, I think, not AGM. It was a board meeting where you announced that on my son's birthday, we are going to launch Kingfisher Airlines. Your CFO was not happy about it, but you still pursued and you want to do it. This is what is reported. What was the reality? Tell me the truth.
The truth is the Damania brothers from Bombay, who previously had Damania Airlines, came and made a presentation to my CFO, Ravi Narungadi, saying the time is ripe to start an airline now.
Okay.
Ravi Narungadi had discussions with them, came to me and said, would you like to look at this proposal? I said, yes. We looked at it and finally we decided, yes, it is opportune. So let's go for it.
Okay.
That's how the idea of an airline was born.
And then you didn't take anyone in confidence. You were just, hey, out of nowhere, I think we are an alcohol business. Now we want an airline business.
No, there's nothing wrong in diversification. The UB group has had a history even during my father's time of operating food processing companies, petrochemical companies, electromechanical companies. So, diversity was nothing new to us.
So your initial plan to launch an airline was 7th May 2005, but you ended up launching on 9th May 2005, right? And
this
then...
whole business of launch on son's birthday as a birthday gift and all is complete baloney. All right? I think my son would be embarrassed and I would be equally embarrassed to say I'm starting an airline All right?
As an 18th birthday gift.
Complete nonsense. All right? But okay. Once again, media narratives are best ignored. A full-blown professional management team was in position before the airline even started, before the first plane arrived. Okay? The CEO and the director of engineering were both hired from the US. Okay? And the airline was launched. There's a lot of narrative about Kingfisher Airlines. There's a lot of narrative about mismanagement. A lot of narrative about the Deccan acquisition. All sorts of things.
Let's pick one by one.
Yeah.
What was the first vision of Kingfisher Airlines when you were starting in 2005?
To produce the best flying experience that India had ever seen.
Make it a premium experience?
Totally a premium experience, number one, in terms of passenger comfort, safety. Number two, to connect places in India that had never ever been connected before. And that it was a really serious part of the growing infrastructural needs of the country.
But I was watching one documentary about you, and I think the person who you got to lead was Alex.
Yeah, Wilcox.
Yeah. So Alex said that you convinced him that you want to build a low-cost carrier, but it was not like that. And in your own words, if you're giving a vision that I want to build a premium experience, why did you get a CEO or like a president, I don't know what was his position, but somebody to lead by telling him that you want to build a low-cost carrier?
That is your own misinformation.
He said it somewhere. I'm just quoting him.
Fair enough. I haven't seen it, but I'll respond. Kingfisher Airlines started off as a single-class airline, low cost, but with a difference. It had in-flight entertainment and it offered meals. Everything else that's applicable to a low-cost airline was applied to Kingfisher as well. Commonality of fleet, commonality of training, the whole lot. I mean, there's a whole set of rules. What is a low-cost carrier? What is a full-service carrier? Right? And that even descends down to intricacies such as the type of reservation system, flight planning system you use, and all the rest of it. So Kingfisher had all the low-cost attributes. Okay, the only product plus was in-flight entertainment for the first time ever in India and good food. So, to me, the logic from my marketing experience was Indians love entertainment, therefore the in-flight entertainment system, and Indians love food. So, good food. Right? And then, of course, okay, service quality, whether you're a low cost or a full service, I mean, you'd like a nice, well-trained, polite set of crew. And we spent a lot of time and energy on that. Then, when we saw the market evolve, we added Kingfisher First, which is basically the business class. Why? Because the market demanded that on certain routes. Right? There's certain people who would not fly Kingfisher because we didn't have a front cabin or a business class, who would always fly jet. Okay, because jet had a two class, a business class and an economy class, right? And now, just to prove my point, Indigo is often referred to as the most successful low-cost carrier in the world. And certainly the largest low-cost carrier in India. What's Indigo doing now? Installing a business class, right? Yeah? So it's not such a dumb idea. Right?
So it worked in your favor initially.
Yes.
So, by 2008, you were the biggest airline in the country, having a 27% market share.
Yes.
Right? What went wrong? if things were right, your marketing was working, you had everything right. In fact, before even you answer that, I want to go to, which is often talked about, is your training of cabin crew. What was the idea behind that? You selected certain people based on how they look or how they're going to be presented.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have very good-looking ladies who sadly can't speak very well. Now, what is one of the key attributes of a cabin crew? Communication. I mean, you may look good, but if you can't communicate with the passenger, that doesn't serve the purpose. The kind of service standards that I set for the airline. And my service standards were unique. They included, in business class, the air hostesses cleaning the reading glasses and spectacles of our customers. We call them guests, right? So there were little things that made a vast difference in the customer experience.
Tell me three more things.
This is one.
Okay.
Secondly, the food was second to none, right? I mean, the quality of the seats themselves, the recline and all the rest of it, what they call the seat pitch, it was second to none. So there were so many little attributes. We called customers not passengers but guests. Many airlines have copied us since. But there were the little things that made a difference. I was very focused on the service delivery excellence of Kingfisher. You can go further because you don't know this, you can't ask me the question.
Yeah.
So let me tell you.
Yeah.
In the first 1 year, the airport manager at every single airport in India had to send me on my personal mobile an SMS with the flight number, the scheduled time of departure, and the actual departure time. So every night before I went to bed, which was rather late, I used to look at my phone, every single flight of Kingfisher of that day. I used to monitor personally the on-time performance.
You were so detailed focused. You were so...
Because the service industry and the airline industry requires focus, requires detailed focus.
So agreed. Then it worked in your favor till 2008. What happened then?
Simple. You've ever heard of Lehman Brothers?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the global financial crisis? Right? Did it not impact India?
Of course it did. The whole aviation sector was...
Forget aviation. Every sector.
Every sector was, yeah.
You
The
saw
money
what
stopped,
did
it got dry.
to the value of the Indian rupee. So I went to Shri Pranab Mukherjee, then Finance Minister of India. Having grown up in Calcutta, I speak fairly decent Bengali. And I said, Pranab da, amar problem ache, Kingfisher Airlines ke downsize korte hobe. Which means I have to downsize this airline. I have to cut the number of aircraft. I have to lay off employees, right? Because I can't afford to operate under these depressed economic circumstances. He said, no. At this time, connectivity is important.
Yeah.
The jobs and employment are important, particularly because, typically in an airline, they're not blue-collar workers. They're not like workmen.
Yeah.
The boys and girls who work in an airline can't be classified as blue-collar. And he said, I don't want them to lose their jobs. So you continue, banks will support you. That is how it all started. I was told not to downsize Kingfisher at that time. And yes, the banks did support. All right. Now,
What happened then?
Well, you tell me the narrative. I'll tell you the truth. You tell me the narrative.
Then there was a consortium formed of 17 banks, and the loan was given to you via SBI, right? Was that the first or IDBI was first?
See, this is where people are not aware. I acquired Air Deccan, which everybody says was a big mistake.
Yeah.
Right?
In $137 million or something like that. Everybody says you overpaid for it.
In the world of business, there's something known as consolidation, industry consolidation. There is something known as eliminate the disruptor.
Okay.
Air Deccan was famous for advertising and promoting 1 rupee tickets.
Yeah.
Clearly, you could never ever sustain any airline business selling tickets for 1 rupee. Right? Okay, it was a bait. But that set certain price expectations in the mindset of the customers.
Yeah.
And affected not only Deccan, which was losing money, but the industry as a whole, of which Kingfisher was also a part. Right? So, at that time, we looked at it. Air Deccan was also Bangalore based. It had the same Airbus aircraft. It had the same trained pilots as Kingfisher. So there was a lot of engineering compatibility. Plus scale and size with the merger of Kingfisher and Deccan. Eliminate the disruptor and consolidate the industry and Kingfisher Airlines. That was the logic of buying Deccan. Not this much touted logic of I was desperate to fly overseas. I needed to get past that 5-year hurdle.
Yeah.
Complete nonsense. Now, why should I shout from the rooftops trying to clarify this? But if you talk to anybody about elimination of a disruptor and consolidation of industry, it'll start and commonality of equipment, it'll start making business sense.
But if your philosophy was to make a premium airline, why would you buy something which stands for low-cost carrier, which stands for something cheap, which stands for 1 rupee ticket? Because the customers would be completely different. The only obvious sense which anybody could make it out from it was, if you are going for a different vision, you are probably going out because the 5-year window which you wanted to bounce, right?
Probably, of course.
Like that was the logic. Like to clarify, to tell people who don't know about it, the logic that people talk about is, if an Indian airline wanted to fly overseas, they should have operated in India for at least 5 years before getting the license to operate air.
Yes. Correct.
And you didn't have that.
Yes.
And that's why you bought Air Deccan, so that you could start flying overseas. And you paid an absurd amount of price for it. That's what people say.
So who are the people that you're quoting?
Everybody, like all the things that I've read, all the media.
Like media, right?
Yeah, like the
legacy media, right?
The legacy media,
Yeah.
the people who are responsible for giving us the information. I mean, that's what, as a citizen, that's where I get my information from.
Correct.
And at least from the ones who I really respect.
So, I don't think anybody at UB Group was that dumb, with a lack of business understanding, to buy an airline, an operating airline, just to be able to fly overseas. I'm telling you, the logic was consolidation of the industry, given the commonality of equipment. I referred a little earlier to the installation of a front cabin of business class, which we called Kingfisher First, which Indigo are doing even now. There are certain routes in India that demand, right, a front cabin, where there are people who will only fly business class.
Fair.
But the bulk of India, people want a single class product. Deccan fitted that bill fantastically. Right? We opened up more routes than had ever been opened before or available for air connectivity. That was one of the biggest contributions we made to the Indian aviation sector and economy. Right? Deccan also played a part in that. So, Kingfisher's sad failure subsequently had nothing to do with Deccan.
Okay.
Nothing to do with how much we paid for Deccan. Right?
Got it.
Those were a totally separate set of reasons. Right?
But
Business reasons.
Here's the question on it. So I get the idea that you wanted to service more routes. You wanted to consolidate. That was a business decision. You saw that, hey, I want to build a premium airline, but there's a bulk of India who cares about the price. And you wanted to contribute to make sure that I want to make sure that India gets to fly anywhere and everywhere through the price point which Air Deccan provides. And if I could be the one to consolidate it and I could be the one to actually eliminate the disruptor, I should do it. Business decision. Brilliant. Do you think then the wrong decision was to rebrand it to Kingfisher Red?
No, because you can't start operating one Deccan and one Kingfisher. So we just called it Kingfisher Red. I mean, rebranding is common in the world. Take Coca-Cola, right? There's Coke, there's Coke Zero, there's Diet Coke. There's all Coke, right? So a multi-brand strategy is no rocket science.
Yeah. But then the philosophy of Air Deccan was low cost. And in Kingfisher Red, so Kingfisher stood for premium, Kingfisher Red stood for low cost.
It was differentiated Kingfisher first and Kingfisher Red.
Okay.
Right? You tell me something. What's the difference between Coke Zero and Diet Coke? Tell me.
Just two names, I don't know.
Yeah, fine. What's the philosophy behind it? You don't know. So how can all these commentators be commenting on Kingfisher first and Kingfisher Red? You know, the trouble in India is that there are too many commentators who don't understand the facts. And of course, the media plays to the gallery. And that's how disinformation gets spread wide.
And then you stated somewhere, again, the commentators I'm quoting, that I want to, if I've put in a name Kingfisher on an airline, no matter even if it's low cost, I want to provide all the services. You started providing all the services, you started providing catering, you started providing everything in a low cost carrier, didn't you?
I began by saying that Kingfisher started off with all the attributes of a low-cost carrier, which is single class, standard fleet, etc., etc., etc. But I said the only differentiator was in-flight entertainment and food.
But
I mean, just because I gave food didn't make it a full-service carrier. I mean, you want, shall I give you examples?
Yeah.
You go on any low-cost carrier here in Europe, all right? Do they starve you or do they feed you?
But you have to pay for it.
No, all of them?
I don't know, few of them, the ones I've flown.
Okay. So there are exceptions.
Okay. But that was the business, like that's what everybody talks about, right?
You know, that's the problem. Lack of information and knowledge, and more importantly, no domain knowledge of the aviation industry leads to all sorts of speculation that makes no sense.
So you tell us that does it make business sense to provide food and in-flight entertainment in a low-cost carrier where people don't care about it?
Wait. Our belief was Indians love food and love entertainment.
That is for Kingfisher first, but not for Kingfisher Red. Kingfisher Red stands for
Why?
low-cost carrier.
An in-flight entertainment system doesn't cost you money to operate every day.
But still costs you a lot of money, which eventually will bleed your balance sheet.
Really?
I'm asking you.
Well, not in our opinion.
Do you think that was the wrong decision?
What?
Just
To acquire
providing...
Deccan?
After acquiring Deccan, giving all the services of a full service carrier in a low cost carrier.
The full service carrier part of it was very distinct from the so-called low-cost carrier. At the end of the day, however you may refer to these business models, it's all about the price your customers are willing to pay and whether you can fill your planes. Simple.
So
All models are academic and theoretical that really are irrelevant.
But your critiques say that you were competing against other low-cost carriers.
Like
At that time, was it? I think Indigo started at that time, and
That's it.
Spice started at that time.
No.
I think Spice.
Spice was there on and off,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so-
more off than on.
So you were competing with low-cost carriers with their pricing, but you were providing something extra, and that's why your business model was bleeding more money than them. And you expected that this will turn into loyal customers, but the moment you increase price, people would not fly your flights. Was it true?
That's what the critics say. They are all aviation experts. I have nothing to say.
So where was the problem? Then if this was not the problem, then what happened?
The problem was the government. The problem was fairly and squarely the government. And they've made a lot of political hay out of this. When I used to write to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, when I used to write to the civil aviation ministers, ministers of finance, the cost of crude, international crude, went to $140 a barrel. The price of aviation turbine fuel in India was directly related to the cost of international crude oil. So you can see that from an average of about $60 a barrel, crude oil went to $140 a barrel, with the resultant and equivalent increase in the price of aviation turbine fuel. The state governments levied an ad valorem sales tax on aviation turbine fuel. So you can yourself now begin to imagine the financial impact on the airline operating, where fuel costs are the single largest component of cost. So I pleaded, I said, look, please give aviation turbine fuel declared good status so that it attracts central sales tax and not this punitive ad valorem state sales tax, right? Because the states are making windfall profits. Anyway, that the government did not do.
Okay.
Aviation is regarded as a capital-intensive industry, right? It's acknowledged as such worldwide, right? They would not permit foreign investment. It was said that only 6 months after Kingfisher Airlines shut, right, that they permitted Etihad to invest in jet. I had already reached agreement with the CEO of Etihad in Geneva for them to invest in Kingfisher, which government did not permit. So we could not capitalize the airline through a foreign investor either.
Why didn't they allow?
You should ask the government, right? So my point is, the economy, the circumstances, the government policy then existing, all conspired to create a perfect storm through which Kingfisher could not survive. I mean, that's the sad part of it. If you talk about Kingfisher, the concept, and UB Group's diversification into aviation, I'll answer it in one sentence. The two biggest orders for aircraft in the world today are Air India and Indigo, both Indian carriers. The fastest growing aviation market in the world today is India. Now, if you yourself acknowledge that in 2008, Kingfisher was the largest airline with a 27% market share, had events not conspired against us, right? you can imagine where Kingfisher could potentially have been today. But sadly, not all businesses work out. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
While this, like 2008 turmoil happened, and you had your own challenges with Kingfisher, but there were good things in your life which were happening as well. One of them being sports. So you bought IPL team, RCB, Royal Challengers Bangalore. How did that happen? When did this idea come to you? Were you approached? You approached? What was it? Tell me everything about it.
Well, I think I've already explained to you the concept behind building a personality for a brand, about communicating marketing ethos via sporting events, via music events, and various other forms that would be attractive to youngsters. I just acquired Shaw Wallace, and one of the biggest brands that I acquired was Royal Challenge whiskey. And I was thinking of ways and means of now taking Royal Challenge whiskey to the next level, which required a lot of marketing, innovation, thinking. And at the time the IPL was conceived, I was actually sitting on the BCCI committee as a representative of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. And I was very impressed with the pitch that Lalit Modi made to the BCCI committee about this league. And of course, he was working through jumping through the hoops. BCCI was quite bureaucratic at that time. But nevertheless, he called me one day and said, okay, fine, we're ready to go. Teams are going to be auctioned. Are you going to buy? And I thought to myself, I said, wow, in a country where cricket is a religion, what better platform can I have to promote my brands than through an IPL franchise? And I got greedy. I wanted one for Kingfisher and one for Royal Challenge, my whiskey brand.
Okay.
He said, no, you cannot possibly have two. You can only have one. Anyway, bidding time came. And I think I was pretty excited about having an IPL team to promote one of my brands. And so I bid for 3 franchises.
Okay.
I lost Mumbai by a very small amount of money, but then that's not surprising that Ambani's got it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wound up being the highest bidder for 3. And I had to choose one. So I obviously chose Bangalore. And it then was natural that it would be Royal Challengers Bangalore because the whiskey was Royal Challenge. And that's how RCB was born.
But it was not a business, it was not for the love of cricket, it was more like a business decision that it will help my brands. Or was it both?
This is it. The media narrative will be, well, vanity project. Vijay Mallya loves cricket. He wanted to buy his own team.
Yeah.
Flamboyance. The usual narrative about me. But the sole purpose always was promotion of the Royal Challenge whiskey brand. So it was very much business driven. And that's why it was called Royal Challengers.
But did it help after that?
Massively.
The whiskey sales went up?
Massively. Massively. And of course, I mean, quite apart from it doing its job to promote the whiskey brand, the IPL franchise model itself, as explained in great detail by Lalit, and which is true now, is that the revenues, the media revenues are so high, the payment of the franchise fee over 10 years is over. So now there's a significant net profit for every franchisee. It's like a very profitable running independent business. So much so for it being a vanity project.
How much did you buy it for?
I think $112 million is what I bid.
And that time it would be like 600-700 crores or more than that.
Yeah, I think, but Lalit was clever. Everything was denominated in dollars. The bid price was.
Okay.
So I think 112 million, which of course people balked at that time. But, in hindsight, if you look at it and do the math, it was a top class investment. I mean, look at what the teams are worth today.
Yeah.
I mean, they're worth $1 billion.
One thing which was exciting in your pitch, in your bid for RCB, was Virat Kohli.
I picked
Kohli,
Virat.
under 19, you bid for him.
Yeah.
And if I'm not wrong, you got it for like 20 lakhs something.
Correct.
Why did you pick Virat at such a young age?
Well, obviously there were the young cricketers, and it was draw by lots, right? And fine, I got lucky, so I got to pick, and I immediately went for Virat. I looked just, I think, shortly before the actual selection process, they were playing the Under-19 World Cup, and I was very impressed. And so I picked him, and, it's wonderful. 18 years later, he's still there.
So with just his performance, or were
No,
you able to see
absolutely.
something?
Yeah, he was a young kid at that time when I got him, but, full of energy, great talent, and, one of the greatest Indian cricketers ever.
If you had the choice to pick 2 or 3 players from other teams for RCB today, who would you pick?
If dreams could come true, Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah.
If dreams could come true, Surya Kumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, and KL Rahul. If I had these 4, I wouldn't need anybody else, and would definitely win the trophy.
And do you think this year, even when you don't have these 4, you would
The RCB
win the
lineup,
trophy this year?
the RCB lineup is pretty balanced. Top class batting lineup, a much improved bowling lineup. I haven't seen Bhuvneshwar Kumar play in RCB colours yet, but he's a top class bowler. But as a unit, I can say it's a pretty balanced unit, and now it all depends on on-field performance.
This year the captain, Rajat, he's from my city. He's from my neighborhood.
Oh.
like he was literally like 2 houses away from my house. Rajat Patidar. So this year, even though I support Mumbai, but this year I'm still voting for RCB.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, let Rajat win the trophy. Okay, but it occurs to me that RCB never winning the cup has actually worked in the RCB favor. Do you think so?
In what way?
In cult following.
No.
Even
You
though
see-
you guys have, the RCB has never won.
You see, that is because the day RCB was conceived, we have had a comprehensive program of fan engagement.
Okay.
Right? We've had the IPL window is 2 months. Well, we have had activation programs stretching over all 12 months to keep the RCB fans engaged. So it is once again a clear-cut marketing strategy and fan engagement strategy, which has worked. That's why we have such extreme loyalty that win or lose, the chant of RCB is always there.
Give me an example of the marketing trick you
There's
have.
so many. I mean, you watch the activations of RCB. Longevity, right? You remember Ooh la 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 le le oh?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. Ooh la 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 la, oh. Yeah.
When was this conceived? You don't know. Well, let me tell you. 1996 World Cup of Cricket. The Kingfisher West Indies cricket team. Now, back in 1996, I put the Kingfisher logo on the West Indies, not Indian, cricket team. Okay? And because why? The personalities of the West Indian cricketers, fun, dancing, music, their entire swagger, that suited the Kingfisher brand. That was when the jingle was conceived, which lives on till today in 2025.
Yeah. Wow. It was conceived before I was born. And I still remember it. So you have been king of marketing. You have done so many marketing gigs, right? Was the Formula One also a marketing stint for Kingfisher?
See, I told you earlier that I've always had racing in my blood. I've always loved racing cars. I was then involved with the motorsports clubs in India. I was chairman of the Federation of Motorsports Clubs of India for many years. And the job of the Federation was basically to promote motorsports in India. Now, for anybody who is into motor racing, the absolute pinnacle of motorsport in the world is Formula One. Right? Now, what is Formula One all around? The image of Formula One, big box, glamour, seriously competitive racing divided by hundredths of a second, full of excitement, etc., etc., etc. All the attributes I have employed in different ways for my brands. And plus being a motor racing enthusiast, right? It was a dream to have a team on the F1 grid. So when the opportunity presented itself, I did it. Right? I did it. Now, I named it Force India. I could have easily named it Mallya Formula One, like Williams Formula One, for instance. Right?
But why did you keep Force One?
Because I wanted the Indian flag to be on the grid. I wanted the world to know that the team with roots in India of all countries was at the pinnacle of motorsport. And that is why I called it Force India. And I had the tricolor on the car. Of course, I also used the platform to advertise my brands.
Yeah.
Okay, including Royal Challenge, whiskey, White and Mackay, which we owned at that time, Kingfisher, then the airline. So the car, the livery of the car and all the merchandise around Formula One had a lot of our brands on it for promotional purposes. But the core reason was to put an Indian Formula One team on the grid.
But you invested quite a lot of money on it, right?
Sure I did. I mean, Formula One's not cheap.
Do you think that was a bad decision?
No, in hindsight, I wouldn't do anything different.
Why not?
Why not?
Because you had to sell it, right? And I think a lot of accusations are for the same brand.
Whose accusations? About what?
That you use Kingfisher money for Formula One and nobody talks about it.
Nobody talks about that.
Have you spoken about it before and still people don't?
Never. Why should I? As I told you, I don't want to waste my time correcting the barrage of narratives coming from legacy media.
But then you sold Force One.
Yes, Force One became Racing Point.
Yes,
And
you
Racing
sold it to
Point
Lawrence
now
Stroll, right?
is Aston Martin Formula One.
Yeah. Why did you sell it to Lawrence?
I had to at that time because of my worldwide freezing orders and the troubles that Sahara was going through and so on and so forth. So, at the end of the day, I would have definitely kept it, but it was not to be. So fine, you move on in life. But I had 10 years of the Indian flag on the Formula One grid.
Talking about another marketing stint, because there was cricket, there was Formula One, there was Kingfisher calendar. It was so highly talked about. What was the story behind Kingfisher calendar?
Atul Kazbekar came to me and said, fine, let's, there's a Pirelli calendar. Why can't we create a similar property for Kingfisher? Absolutely. And so we said, fine, we'll have the Kingfisher swimsuit calendar. We couldn't go sort of kind of all the way that Pirelli might have been able to, given the social considerations in India and so on and so forth. But I think we produced a product that everybody demanded. I mean, even today, I get SMSs from people, where's my calendar? So it was highly sought after. And once again, we had events around it. We had the national hunt for the Kingfisher girl. That was national. So we broad-based it. And we chose models through a national hunt. And then, of course, we'd have events around the calendar, shooting the calendar, and then launching the calendar, all of which was consistent with the brand positioning and marketing strategy of Kingfisher.
And why do you think that girls who became or who landed on the calendar, their careers skyrocketed?
Well, because we chose the right girls. I mean, whether it was Deepika Padukone, whether it was Katrina Kaif, I mean, we had all the heroines and the stars on the calendar in their younger days.
But they were not stars back then.
No,
They
were
became
not,
after.
We picked well. We picked the right talent.
Did you also help them after the calendar, or it was just the engagement was
They
only till then?
came with the calendar, and that was it. I did it because it was a fantastic marketing tool. Didn't bring anything to me personally, but it did wonders for the brand. The same thing with the McDowell marketing campaigns, right? Okay. Talking about fast cars, I've always been passionate about cars. Right? And I have owned good cars, but not a fleet of them. In India, I had a couple of Mercedes cars, one Rolls-Royce and one Maybach. That was it. That was all I possessed.
But you have one of the largest car collections of vintage cars and stuff, right?
Now we're talking about vintage cars, which is a totally different ballgame. Because of our nationwide presence on the ground, I told my people, look for vintage cars because they were hugely neglected. Many, many cars went to India in the 20s and 30s. The Maharajas in India were probably the biggest customers for famous cars such as Rolls-Royce. But these cars were in a state of ruin. Given my inherent interest in cars, I said I want to collect these and restore them, which I did. I mean, in those days, I have bought a Rolls-Royce for 50,000 rupees with a tree growing through it in somebody's backyard, deep in Telangana. I have bought cars that have been rusted, parts missing, etc., 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 all of which I lovingly restored over a period of time. That is my passion for cars. And those cars still exist. Of course, you can't export them because that's a Government of India policy. So they are in India.
Tell me about the top 3 cars which you absolutely loved out of your collection from the vintage cars back then which you owned, maybe in England or in India or anywhere.
In India, I had, I think it's 1931 PS Arrow, which is a fantastic American car, and which I took to Singapore. I entered Singapore to Malaysia rally and won it. And very proudly flew back on an Air India flight with a big trophy in my hand. That was one of my favorite cars. I have a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost that was supposedly owned by the Nizam of Hyderabad with a very unique body on it. That's a special car. I have, I think, a 1903 Darracq, which looks more like a horse-drawn carriage. It's French, with a single-cylinder engine, still runs. So yeah, these were some of the unique ones which were personal favorites, let's put it that way.
What's the most ridiculously expensive thing you've bought in your life?
I mean, it depends what. I mean, You're talking about a car, you're talking about painting, you're talking about property.
Give me example of one each.
No, I mean, look, I have a family trust set up by my father that, has acquired various properties in different parts of the world. The media said I had over 20 properties, probably one in each country I went to, which is, once again, a hugely erroneous exaggeration. Yeah, sure, I have properties in England, properties in America, where my kids live. I had a lovely property in France, which you rightly pointed out, owned through Gizmo, which is a holding company. And then when I had the big brewery business in South Africa, we had a home in Cape Town, which was sold when the business was sold because I had no reason to keep going there. That's about it.
And you talk about one of your houses, which was very spoken about, actually two of them.
Yeah.
One is that big bungalow, which is in India at the Kingfisher
That's in
Tower.
Bangalore.
Bangalore.
It
What was the
started,
intent?
It started off as a joke.
Okay. What story behind
the
it?
brewery house, which is the bungalow, was on that piece of land for over 100 years. That's where I grew up.
In that bungalow?
Yeah, that's where my father lived. And so when these developers came and asked me that land should be developed and that it would be very beneficial for the company and that there was a huge profit potential, I said, I should put the company first and unlock the value and the potential rather than be selfish and say, no, I'm not moving. So in a joking way, I said to Irfan Razak of Prestige, very dear friend of mine, top man, I said, Irfan bhai, if you lift this building and put it on top of the tower you want to build, I'll agree. He said, okay, that's what we'll deliver. That's what they did.
Wow. What is there inside the house? I always wonder every time I go to Bangalore.
It's unfinished. It's unfinished because it's embroiled in this UBHL liquidation controversy right now. But, given that the banks are settled, and I think UBHL should come out of liquidation and be restored to its shareholders, which is what I'm working on now.
Was this also a reason why, because you marketed so well and you marketed at the place or with the tools, which were very, very public in nature, very loud in nature, there was a line which I read in a newspaper which said, you are a showman and your father was a businessman. Is that why people misunderstand you? Because of the nature of your...
my father was a businessman, and I really am not concerned about being referred to as a showman, because the showman created the world's largest alcoholic beverage company, which my father as a businessman would have loved to see.
Do you think your father, if he was here with you, things would have been different for you? You would not land in this?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, if you see what I've been through, it's illogical. It is a sustained campaign and a sustained attack on the government's favorite poster boy. Right? Now, whether my dad was around or not would not change
anything.
What has been attempted and what is being done. Till now, the government officially recognizing and admitting that 14,100 crores has been recovered.
Okay, let's go to a point where, when we were talking about earlier, about the Kingfisher Turmoil, you said you went to the FM back then, which was Pranav Mukherjee sir. what happened after that meeting? He said that banks will support you.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why a government bank supported you?
This was not one government bank. It was a group of about 15 or 16 government banks. Kingfisher Airlines never borrowed any money from State Bank of India. Just to set the record straight.
Okay.
State Bank of India was a lender to Deccan. When Kingfisher and Deccan merged, State Bank of India became a lender to Kingfisher Airlines. But it started with Deccan. So like that, there were a group of banks from whom Kingfisher had borrowed money, a group of banks from whom Deccan had borrowed money, and then they got combined into one entity when Deccan and Kingfisher merged. Right? Yes, there were times when the sort of support from the finance minister at that time meant that, when I presented to various banks, including State Bank, that, the airline needed money, they would recognize our financial needs, appraise them correctly through State Bank of India capital markets, and then sanction loans, even though the credit worthiness of Kingfisher Airlines may have been short of norms. To that extent, I'm grateful, yes. But then, I did my bit as well. I put in 3,000 crores of UB Group's money into Kingfisher Airlines. You're talking to me about allegations of siphoning. You're talking to me about allegations of misusing Kingfisher Airline funds for my lifestyle for Formula One. Nobody ever talks about the 3,000 crores I infused in cash into Kingfisher Airlines to keep it afloat. My good friend and, probably the most successful lady entrepreneur I've known, she's like a sister to me, Kiran Mazumdar, has often said publicly that Vijay put everything on the line for Kingfisher. I did. But that's not appreciated. That is not appreciated. That's sad. But let the narrative be what it is.
See, you put everything you had into reviving Kingfisher Airlines because you believed in the vision.
Yeah.
Right? But at the time when you asked loans, the company was not doing that great.
Correct.
Right? So you still got loan from the consortium of 17 banks.
Correct.
The reason was they believed in your vision, or the reason that they were influenced by the government to give you the loan?
Yeah. They believed in the vision. They did their own appraisals, right? And please never forget, I gave my personal guarantee. And United Breweries Holdings Limited also gave its personal guarantee. If anybody had, bad intentions, if anybody had intentions to divert money, siphon money, steal money, would anybody put themselves on a line with a personal guarantee? Think about it. So all this narrative of चोर कभी अपना personal guarantee देता है क्या? That is why I say in the last 9 years, I haven't bothered about changing this narrative, because it is what it is. It's written by the Indian media, of course, prompted by the government, who have had their own press conferences, etc. I mean, Sambit Patra, the BJP spokesman, called a press conference and bandied around in front of the Indian media letters that I had written to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, trying to establish a nexus, right, between me and the Prime Minister, and alleging some sort of wrongdoing by the then Congress Prime Minister. I mean, one could see through the political rhetoric straight away. I mean, why wouldn't any Indian citizen write to the Prime Minister for help?
Fair.
Because I never asked for money. I asked only for policy changes.
Let's go to the series of events. After this, what happened?
What happened?
So, I'm quoting just pure research. Okay?
Quoting whom?
Quoting pure research of what's out there on all the newspapers. So, you got a loan from banks. And usually the normal nature of providing such big loans is people give you this kind of loan against collateral. And in this case, bank took brand name of Kingfisher as collateral and gave you the loan.
One of the collaterals.
One of the collateral. What were the other collaterals?
Several other stocks, shares, property.
So stocks and shares.
Shares, property.
And stock and shares, which is again quoted, at that time were at the price of 38, 39. But banks got it at 68, 69.
You're talking about Kingfisher Airlines shares.
Yeah.
What about all the other shares of UBL and USL? Nobody talks about that.
But
where do you think they got this 14,000 crores from?
I'm talking about back then. Like,
1 minute. They have sold assets and realized 14,100 crores.
Yeah.
A large part of which were my shares. So you have only focused on brand value. You've forgotten about the shares.
No, I'm talking about shares.
Suggested, wait a minute. I never suggested that the brand value would generate 14,000 crores. My shares that were pledged did. So there's your answer to all this narrative.
So you're saying that...
I'm not saying, it's fact.
No, so the facts are, which you are quoting, is they took shares of Kingfisher Airlines at the double price because they were also getting shares of UB.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there was some kind of negotiation which was played on.
No. It's a multiple basket of securities.
But still, why would a bank pay twice the share price?
Look, nobody dreams up a share value. Okay? There were professional merchant bankers, including State Bank of India capital markets involved. They arrived at a share value. The part of the loan package was that Kingfisher's shares in the airline itself needed to be pledged to the banks. But that was not the only pledge. It was part of a basket. But then the media chose to focus only on that. So I would like to ask the legacy media, where did the 14,000 crores come from? But you made such a hullabaloo about share price of Kingfisher Airlines. Now you see. Now do you see how people pick and choose to discredit you? Isn't it pretty evident?
Okay. So then this happened. Again, a business decision by banks. They did everything. There was no influence involved. It was pure play business decision by a bank between you and the banks.
You should ask them this question. You lent the money. On what basis do you lend the money? They should answer the question. I'm the receiver. First of all, and let me clarify here, when you keep saying you borrowed, I never borrowed 1 naya paisa. Vijay Mallya has never borrowed a single rupee from anybody ever. It was Kingfisher Airlines, the running company, that borrowed. I was a guarantor. Please, there's a big difference.
And then the money came in, but Kingfisher Airlines was still bleeding.
Whatever the case may be, I also put 3,000 crores.
You put in 3,000 crores. You put in everything and you tried to revive it. Yeah. And then one series of events happened where there was a non-payment of the oil bills. And that's why the oil companies started asking you for advance money. And that shaked you a little bit more.
But yeah, the working capital cycle got disrupted. It's natural.
Then there was another series of events that Kingfisher Airlines was not able to pay the airport fees, the landing charges.
Listen, when a company goes through a cash flow issue, it affects everybody.
Yeah.
You cannot isolate one particular creditor or vendor.
No, so I'm coming to something.
If there's a cash shortage, okay, it's across the board.
So across the board, then there were catering companies which were affected.
Whoever,
there was no food.
Everybody.
After one by one, there was non-payment of certain things, cash flow issue. Did you, at any point, did you think that this is not going to work? You were still pushing. You were still trying to push it.
I was pushing in the hope that the foreign investment that I had already negotiated was going to fructify, which I had already agreed, right, with James Hogan. But the permission never came. It was sad, and I guess my misfortune, that 6 months after Kingfisher collapsed in October 2012, that the same Etihad was granted permission to invest in Jet Airways.
Okay. Then another thing happened. Okay. So you were expecting all of this would happen. You asked your people, your staff, your employees to wait that the money will come in.
Yeah.
But they were not paid. The staff was not paid.
Sadly, no.
Right? But there's again a statement that your international employees were getting paid. Indian employees were not. And the reason is that because internationally you would have held accountable, in India you could get away with anything. Was that the reason?
I didn't know that.
But why were you paying international employees and not your?
It's very simple. The money was available through ticket collections in England. Because money was available, staff salaries were paid. In India, the High Court of Karnataka had frozen over 260 crores worth of cash. Okay, now I'd like to focus on this non-payment of salaries. There has been a hell of a lot spoken about it, all right, which has pained me no end. It has seriously pained me. In my track record as chairman of UB Group, I would ask anyone to check on how I cared for my employees. I was proud of the care that I gave to my employees. Why would it be different for Kingfisher employees? The company in India had no money. There was UB's money of 260 crores in the bank, with the bank under the control of the government of Karnataka. We applied officially and formally to the High Court, please release the money to pay the salaries. Court said no.
Why?
The same banks objected. The same public sector banks objected.
Why?
Why? Because they said
wanted.
that money belongs to them. Because the company had defaulted in payments. But as far as I was concerned, I asked the court, please release those monies to pay the employee salaries. The banks objected, the courts refused.
But you personally took salary from Kingfisher Airlines, 33 crores a year?
No. I took salary of 33 crores a year, I wish.
Why do they talk about it
Who
then?
talks? Show me the balance sheet where it's written. Can you show me?
Not the balance sheet, but the media talks about it. I can show you an article.
Ask the media where's the balance sheet.
So you never took salary?
I never took 33 crores of salary.
Or did you take any salary when other people were not getting paid?
Obviously not. I mean, you really think I'd pay myself to the exclusion of other less well-to-do employees?
That's what the world thinks.
That's unfortunate view of the world about me, which is sadly completely false.
But then they all were on the road striking against you. If you would have spoken to them in a nicer way, probably, or I don't know.
Spoken to them, tried to explain to them. But at the end of the day, they did what they thought was best. They were under stress. I respect that. I'm not blaming anybody. Okay, a couple of people have said some nasty things, which is fine if they are under pressure and their livelihood was under pressure. I fully understand that and I take it in my stride. But the fact, any suggestion that I willfully did not pay or that I ignored them and enriched myself in the process is completely false.
While all of this was happening, something really tragic happened. One of your employees' wife committed a suicide because they were not able to pay themselves. Were you aware of that?
I became aware of that, and upon investigation, that was the culmination of a long-standing dispute, marital dispute. It was convenient to blame it on Kingfisher Airlines and non-payment of salaries. Once again, when people are under stress and under unpleasant circumstances, I don't want to comment on it in an unsavory way. It would not be right on my part. I mean, my sympathies are with the family that lost one of their kin. But I can tell you that we investigated the matter, and okay, sadly the tragedy did happen. And yes, sadly, equally sadly, that family had not been paid their salary. If you'd like to blame it on me, fine, I'll take the blame. As I said, I'm not afraid of taking blame where blame is due. Now, I can face up to reality and truth.
Did you feel like you should have said sorry to employees? Because
I
you were
sent
not able to?
condolence letters. Of course I did. Yeah, but I didn't copy the media. I wrote a letter of condolence, but I didn't copy the media.
Here's what pissed people off. That in your private life, you were enjoying.
Yeah.
You were buying the Tipu Sultan sword. You were buying cars in the UK.
The value of a Tipu Sultan sword would not have paid salaries. The two Mercedes-Benz cars, the figment of people's imagination, would not have paid the salaries. And if your suggestion is that I should have laid low in some artificial way, forget the employees, forget the shareholders of all the other businesses, United Spirits, United Breweries, MCF, everybody. Really. That would have been very fair, isn't it? And behave in a manner where my only asset and liability in life was Kingfisher Airlines. I had nothing else. That's the way I should have behaved, right? What about the salaries of the other employees of the other group companies? What about the shareholders of those companies? What about the future of those companies and the management of those companies? So sadly, if one company fails, is it your suggestion that the whole group must fail?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Everybody loves to talk about the failure of Kingfisher Airlines, and of course, pin me, the blame on me personally. Forget about everything else. It is Vijay Mallya's failure, Vijay Mallya's failure, Vijay Mallya ka chori, Vijay Mallya ka fraud. Everything is Vijay Mallya. Fine. What about United Spirits Limited, United Breweries Limited, from where it started to where I left off, and the wealth creation in the hands of shareholders and the wealth creation in the hands of employees, probably amongst the highest in India in the corporate sector, highest, all forgotten. Nobody even refers to it. Kingfisher Airlines, Mallya, Thoko Saleko. That's it. The narrative begins there, ends there.
Do you think if you would have done things differently, probably this side of you would have been more celebrated than the side which has gotten...
Once the media started, beginning with one particular channel whose anchor is known, right, to shout the house down, right? What did I start by saying? Vijay Mallya, I want to see you eating jail food. Vijay Mallya, I want to see you in jail clothes, etc., etc. Started from there. Everybody had to jump on the bandwagon.
I think in the same time, because we're talking about events, somebody mentioned that you took out 35 million euros and invested in buying properties in France.
Rubbish.
With some dummy company called, I think, Gizmo Holding or something like that.
Tell me, if I had siphoned Kingfisher Airlines money to such an extent, as people suggest, how would the airline run? On the bank's own admission, on the Debt Recovery Tribunal's own admission, 4,999 crores was the debt. Right?
Yeah.
Rest is all interest. ठीक है ना? The suggestions are that I have stolen or misused most of that or all of it. How would the airline fly? If all the money borrowed from the banks Vijay Mallya pocketed, how would the airline fly? See, so all these allegations and false narratives being painted by people, if you analyze them, they make no sense.
What also is not making sense to me is when the government said that they're going to support you in 2008, the FM said that they'll provide the loan, which they probably did with the banks. Later in 2011, the union minister of the same government they started objecting that you were not paying even taxes. 150 crore was pending, and they started putting you in the public eye.
But they were arrears. Nobody is disputing that. But compare my arrears with Air India's arrears. Air India's arrears were probably 10 times that of Kingfisher Airlines. That was because of the stress of the aviation sector.
And why did Air India didn't get anything and you got everything? Every little scrutiny happened with you if Air India was in trouble more than you, which actually was the case.
It's a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact. They were in a more daunting situation than yours, like the airline.
Yeah, but all the focus was only Kingfisher.
Why?
You should ask those that turned on the spotlights.
Why do you think it happened?
Like clearly combination of animosity, jealousy, whole bunch of factors. And, once again, unproductive things to think about. In life, think positive.
Come on, it costed you a whole life in India. You must have thought about it hundreds of times.
No, I'm not. In any case, since 1988, I've been going to India for less than 180 days in a year. All my 3 children are American citizens. All have lived outside India, never in India. My mother has been in this country for over 30 years. What do I go back to? Of course, I will get the most ceremonial welcome by the Indian media. Of course, sure I will. My goodness, it will be headlines of every single newspaper.
Okay, so 2012, the airline got suspended. Non-payment of multiple things, working capital, cash flow, everything got really, really bad for you. Right? And then the big bash happened, the birthday party, which is often talked about in 2015.
Go ahead.
What happened between 2012 and 2015 with this case?
What happened?
I'm asking you, what happened during?
What happened?
Did everybody forgot?
What?
Did everybody, they were not bothered about Kingfisher Airlines, or what the cases were going on?
Of course, everything was going on. Nothing stopped. Nothing stopped.
Because people don't talk about that often. What happened? What was going on?
Nothing was going on. That's when the willful defaulter and all that. You know what the willful defaulter is all about, right?
Tell me what is about.
The banks call a willful defaulter of somebody who has the money but won't pay.
Yeah.
That's called a willful defaulter.
Yeah.
Right. I made 4 settlement offers to the banks.
Between 2012 to 2015?
Yes. Which they refused to accept. That nobody knows.
What was the settlement that you were offering?
So many settlement offers, including before the court. Right? So it was always the intention to settle. I flew through Hyderabad and met the chairperson of the State Bank of India at their training academy in Hyderabad and offered a settlement. It was always my intention to settle. Never did I say I'm not going to pay.
And why do you think they didn't accept it?
They wanted 14,100 crores. That's why they didn't accept it then.
They didn't want your 5,000 crore because they were expecting it to go up. Like the sale of your assets will be much higher than...
Whatever.
Is that?
Yeah. Had they accepted my offers, they would have got 5,000 crores. Today, they've got 14,100 crores.
But is there any proof do you have where you offered them settlement and they didn't accept from 2012
Take out
to
the records
2015?
of the Supreme Court of India. The proof. What better proof than the records of the Supreme Court of India? Public documents.
So let's say you offered,
Yeah.
nothing happened. Nobody, not even a needle moved. It just kept going on. It kept getting worse. And you knew this trouble was going on. And in 2015, apparently, according to the media, this is where things went down, where you had a grand birthday party, your 60th birthday party, 18 December 2015, right?
Correct?
What happened in that party?
Nothing. It was a party that... normal party that I had. And I've had so many of them over the years.
Do you think you shouldn't have done that party or made it so public?
But why? Why?
Because the whole narrative is against you. You spending... See, this is what a common person would think. If I was a Kingfisher employee and I've not gotten paid for XYZ reason, for, let's say, economic factors, business model, whatever, XYZ reason, I'm not getting paid. My livelihood was dependent on this. And then I see the promoter of my company spending millions of dollars or Enrique Iglesias to perform for his birthday party. I would get enraged. I want to, as an employee at that point, if I've not gotten paid, I don't understand that there are 50 businesses that you have built. I understand only one thing, that the promoter of my company is enjoying on my expense.
I would agree with everything that you said, except your last, at my expense. The promoter of the
I'm talking
company...
like a common person, that's why I'm asking.
Fair enough. The common person didn't know that upon objection by the same banks, Karnataka High Court declined to agree to drawing readily available cash to pay the salaries. Right. Okay, I agree with you. The suffering employee would have also said, the man has United Breweries, United Spirits, is none of my business. Right. Right. So I could have been a thorough hypocrite. I could have come here to London and had my party and nobody would have even known. Right?
Yeah.
Would that have solved the problem?
No.
Okay.
But you didn't do that. You did the public party in India.
It's not public. Sorry. It was by invitation. But of course, everything that I do is covered by the media. And I paid for it myself. Kingfisher Airlines was in no position to pay. I paid for it myself. Maybe in hindsight now, okay, and we're talking about December 2015 against an airline that shut in 2012. If you're talking about my birthday party in December 18, 2012, you probably have a more significant point. But 3 years later, in December 2015, okay, a milestone 60th birthday, right? Still being held against me with such venom, I don't quite get it. But okay, maybe it was a mistake. I should have probably come here to London and had my party and nobody would have known. But once again, because I was transparent and lived my life pretty transparently as I always did, the media latched onto it and bashed me for it. Fine. So everything in the last 10 or 15 minutes, maybe more, that you are questioning me on are Indian media generated comments and narratives. None of these are facts.
But are you not apologetic about what happened?
Apologetic. What do I apologize for?
For only to the only for the employees of that business, for no one else.
After putting 3,000 crores of my own money into the business, I need to apologize.
You've been wronged, but so have your employees of Kingfisher. What would you say to them who lost their jobs, who still hold angst against you? If you were directly just talking to them and not me, what would you tell them?
I would say I'm deeply sorry for what happened to them. I would say I'm deeply sorry that some of them didn't get paid their salaries. I have no excuses to offer. I take full responsibility. But for those who care to listen, there was money lying in deposit with the Karnataka High Court. I specifically applied to court to pay the salaries of Kingfisher Airlines staff. The banks objected and the court refused the permission. There was really nothing I could do beyond that.
And what would you tell those employees who are still questioning that, hey, we were in trouble and you tried everything to get that money from the court, but it didn't help? Then why did you go out and party like a king on your 60th birthday when we were suffering?
We need to look at the timeline here. Kingfisher Airlines shut down in 2012. My 60th birthday was in December 2015. Right? There was nothing I could do in the interim to find money to pay the staff in particular, because any money that could have been infused theoretically would have been taken by the banks because all the assets were frozen.
Did your legal advise you not to pay?
Absolutely not. I told my legal advisors to find every single avenue to pay.
And it didn't work. They couldn't find a way.
But ultimately, because of the freezing, all the money was lying under the control of the court. So we couldn't touch the money.
And every penny that you would have infused just for their intention to pay your employees would have still gotten frozen.
You see, the court order did not differentiate between employees and general corporate purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Any money in the account of the airline was frozen. Frozen by the banks, frozen by tax department, frozen by service tax. Everything was frozen. The chunk of available cash was with the court, and that was actually cash of UBHL, not Kingfisher Airlines cash, of United Breweries Holdings Limited, one of the co-guarantors. UBHL said, we want to pay Kingfisher Airlines staff salaries. Please allow us. The banks objected, and the court did not give permission. That is fact. I would feel very sad if somebody said I had no intention to pay or that I ignored to make the efforts. I made every single effort I could.
Do you ever feel sorry that you couldn't do anything to give money to the employees?
Obviously, but are you suggesting that I'm not sorry for what happened to Kingfisher and the collateral damage that was caused to everybody?
I'm asking you, are you?
I said I was very sad about the fact that
You were sad, but were you
failed.
sorry about it?
Sorry. I apologize publicly to everyone for the failure of Kingfisher Airlines. Till today, I'm willing to apologize. I did my very best. I tried very, very hard. I put in my money, blood, sweat, and tears. It didn't work. Sadly, it didn't work. I'm very sorry. At the end of the day, frankly, It's what I think of myself when I look at myself in the mirror in the morning. Have you done good or have you not done good? Are you a success or are you a failure?
What is the answer?
I'm a big failure according to Indians. Fine, I'm a big failure. But when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't see failure.
But does it bother you?
Who created 1.75 lakh crore of market cap in the alcoholic business? Who created it?
Even after creating such a behemoth, people think you're a failed business owner.
Fair enough. So let
Does
them
it
think.
bother you?
And who made Kingfisher Airlines so public? Who made it? Damania Airways started and failed. East-West Airlines started and failed. Right? Jet Airways eventually failed. Right? Modi Luft started and failed. Right? Paramount started and failed. You read about them? Only Kingfisher and Mallya. Is that not a targeted attack?
Because here's what got crafted after it.
Who crafted it?
I'll tell you. I'll come to that.
Tell me.
Then...
So tell me, what about all these other aviation failures?
See, nobody cares about them because nobody was as public as you.
So now we're talking that I pay the price for my own public image.
And the fact that you left the country.
Which is another.
Yeah. So I'll come to the series of events of these, both of them.
No problem.
Okay. So 2015, December, this happened. Before that, CBI started investigating you.
And I appeared before the CBI 4 times.
And CBI concluded their case that they found you siphoning the money. Was that the thing? Was
completely false.
Okay.
There is no allegation of money siphoning by CBI.
What did CBI conclude?
Nothing. That I spent on a private jet, which was Kingfisher Airlines' own asset.
Yeah.
That I misrepresented to IDBI while taking the loan.
What did you misrepresent?
That I misrepresented. You asked me a question about brand valuation, right? So one of the allegations is brand valuation.
Was it also bizarre? Like IDBI gave you loan in just 2 days and on Sunday you got the money transferred in your bank.
Yeah, but then that was a short-term loan.
Okay.
They got the money back and then they participated in the consortium lending.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but there is no allegation of siphoning money. None. Zero.
So it was misrepresentation.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
Using that money or using the Kingfisher loan proceedings to buy a private jet.
Not private jet was owned by Kingfisher Airlines. The Kingfisher Airlines own asset. They said I misused it. I misused it for personal trips.
Did you?
I think if you see the line of private jets starting from Mr. Ambani's in Bombay Airport and ask them who uses your jets, you'll get the answer.
Come on, deflecting is not a right way of
deflecting.
answering. I'm asking you.
What?
Did you misuse it?
What is misuse?
I don't know. Whatever they're quoting, do you agree with it or no?
So you agree with the CBI?
No, I'm asking you, do you agree with it or no? I am not agreeing with anything.
Obviously, I don't agree with it. Obviously, I don't agree with it.
You used it for business purposes only.
What do you mean business purposes? If I had to fly on holiday, I'd say, private jet, आप खड़ा रहो इधर, मैं जा रहा हूँ Air India से.
That's what CBI had problem with. Is that the case?
Yes.
That you took the... Come on, that would not only be the case.
Huh?
That would be a part of your case. Let's say
But
using...
this is what I'm saying. The principal one was misrepresentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is first. Misrepresentation. And because of this, they issued an LOC. They issued LOC, right? Lookout circular to the immigration office that Vijay Mallya should not leave the country.
No, I'm not aware of any of that.
Okay. Because then there was a public issuance against in 2015 where the LOC which was issued for you had few words changed.
I know nothing about this.
Okay, so there was, and this I'm quoting from, again, another article where I can show you the article.
Yeah,
where it's,
I've never heard of this before.
okay, so the article said that you met with someone really powerful, and after that, in just few months, the lookout circular got changed, and the lookout circular changed into, okay, next time to the immigration officers, that if Vijay Mallya comes to the airport and want to leave the country, you need to inform us where is he going and for what purposes. You don't need to stop him. But earlier, the CBI put out a lookout notice that you should not allow Vijay Mallya to leave the country. And this change was made in 2015.
I know nothing about this. This is the first time you are informing me. I went in and out multiple times.
During the entire tenure.
Never a problem at all. And what you're telling me now is news to me. I've never known of a LOC issued or any other form of notice.
The change happened on 24th November 2015. Just few words.
No.
And it specifically read, this was a fresh LOC, that he needs to be questioned before leaving the country. Where is he going? And this needs to be informed to CBI. After that, he can continue traveling. He should not be stopped.
That's fine. That you said when in 2015?
24th November 2015, a fresh LOC was.
And before that?
Circular. Before that, there was just, I don't have the exact
I must have
date.
gone in 4 times before that.
So
then, where's the LOC?
So all of this is random thing that you met someone really powerful in Delhi and got changed, and you changed your CBI circular or something.
Nonsense.
Okay. Then another thing, then another series of event happened, because after your public birthday party, people started losing their shit. They started getting pissed. It became even more public. This 2015, end of it. Your Supreme Court interfered, I guess. Supreme Court entered in this whole case, and they put up a bench that 3rd March 2016, your case needs to be heard or needs to be represented in front of Supreme Court. On 1st March 2016, I think you were in Delhi, you went to the parliament, and 2nd March, you left the country. One day before, when you were about to be present in front of Supreme Court. Is all of this real? Or none of it is real?
No, this is completely false. There was no Supreme Court hearing. I was not summoned to court. I'm not aware of any court hearing. I told the finance minister, Arun Jaitley, before leaving for the airport. And then I flew from Delhi to London. I was on my way to Geneva for a FIA World Council meeting, which was fixed months ago. I told the finance minister, because I went from Parliament to Delhi airport. When this news hit the media, once again, it created a storm.
Yeah.
People went running to Mr. Jaitley. He denied meeting me. A Congress MP saw us and then said to the media, no, I saw them together. Mr. Jaitley had to retract his statement and say, yes, I met him, but only while I was walking. It was a fleeting meeting. I never said I went to Mr. Jaitley's office, sat in front of him, had tea with him. All I said is I told the finance minister while leaving, I'm going to London, I have to go to Geneva for a meeting, I'll be back. Please tell the banks to sit across the table and settle with me. How long does this take, this one sentence?
A minute or two.
चलते चलते बात हो सकती है ना?
हाँ.
मैं थोड़ी ना कहा कि मैं कुर्सी और मेज के सामने बैठ के डिस्कशन कर रहा था. But you see the way He denied it. Then when the Congress MP pointed out his mistake that he saw us, he quickly changed. This is the problem with the media, particularly where I am concerned. They conjure up stuff, they blow things well out of proportion. Okay, if it's good for their business, let them continue doing it.
So all of this is nuisance that on 2nd of March, you left Delhi airport for London in a Jet Airways flight 9W122 from T3 with 55 big suitcases. And somebody says 27, somebody says 55. I mean, different newspapers, different stuff.
What difference does it make? They say LOC, then they say no LOC. Then I tell the finance minister I'm going. Then he says no. Then he said no, he had a fleeting meeting with me. And all this 15, 18 suitcases, complete and utter rubbish.
So your intention was never to leave the country?
Look, please understand this whole narrative of bhagya, bhagoda.
Because this is where it starts.
Yeah. This is coming from people who don't know their facts.
Tell us the facts.
I came to England in 1988. I got my indefinite leave to remain, ILR, in 1992. For 32 years, I have been a permanent resident of the UK. Allowed only to spend 180 days in India because I have preserved my non-resident status since 1988. All right. That is why I used to go back and forth so often. All right. So I came. I was attending a scheduled meeting in Geneva, like I told you. What happened? The loudest anchor in the television industry started. All the media piled on. Huge hangama. How did Vijay Mallya leave? How did he leave? Like any normal person on a Jet Airways flight. That too after telling the finance minister that I'm going. Driving from Parliament House to the airport. Right. So this whole tamasha started. Right. How does government normally react to media frenzy? Check your own facts. So I said, okay, let things cool down. On top of that, I was negotiating with my foreign collaborators to sell certain shares so that I could pay the banks. My intention was always to settle with the banks. Right?
Yeah.
So I wrote to the enforcement directorate who sent me a summons. I need some time. I'm negotiating. I want to settle with the banks. I've got some business to do. I've already appeared before the CBI. Of course I will appear before you. Right? Just give me some time. What happened in the meantime? They revoked my passport. Revoked it. Okay.
When was this revoking?
2016.
Oh, right before you left.
Before
Right after you left.
Yeah. Passport gone. How to travel?
So you got stuck because they revoked your passport.
Then,
your intention was to come back to country.
Many things may have been different, no?
But your intention was
But
always...
without a passport, where do you go?
Nowhere.
Oh, correct.
Because you were a British citizen.
Not citizen, permanent resident.
Permanent resident.
I kept my Indian passport because I was a member of parliament.
Okay.
Which I could not be a member of parliament had I not been an Indian citizen.
So if your intention was to come back to the country, why didn't people allow you?
Look, that you should ask the people. Why should I sit and speculate?
But aren't they spending millions of dollars in cases to get your extradition done?
Yes, because they have to make a show of things as well, no? Please, let's be very clear. Can somebody from the government say to the public, what crime have I committed for which I must be investigated? Have I stolen money from the banks? You must have a prima facie case that I've stolen. You can't just make it up in your head that I've stolen money from the banks. You need some prima facie evidence. Right? Have I done any money laundering? Have I done any drug smuggling? Have I been involved in any violent crime? What is the allegation against Vijay Mallya? Nobody can have an allegation against Vijay Mallya of dishonesty because I have always been honest and truthful. I have never borrowed and I have never cheated and I never will.
But you got this tag of willful defaulter.
Willful defaulter is a person who can pay and who doesn't pay. That's a crime. That's a crime.
Isn't it?
You make up your mind. Then why did you freeze all my assets? You froze my assets in 2016. Right. That's how you've recovered 14,100 crores, right? You can't freeze assets of a person on one hand and call him a chore on the other hand. No?
See, they call you willful defaulter because you had money and you didn't pay. And that's why they had to take such a strict action to freeze your assets. If you would have paid earlier, then they would have not done this. But if you're saying that from 2012 to 2015, you have applied multiple times in the court that you want to settle.
Yes.
Why is all of this happening?
I think it's very clear it's also been a part of the media where a particular senior officer of the State Bank of India said to a good friend of mine that as a banker, I would have settled with Vijay a long time ago. But if I do any settlement with him, I'll have the CBI on my neck the very next day.
And why do you think CBI has to do all of these things? Because technically banks, you're saying banks want 14,000 crores.
Isn't the CBI called a caged parrot?
But then banks ultimately want 14,000 crore. So they don't want anything to happen. Why would bank want to settle you?
Who knows? If you go to the banks today, they may tell you, I owe even more money.
Tell me real numbers. Because somewhere it's written 9,000 crore, somewhere it's written...
There is no 9,000, that is all imagination. 6203 is the
real number.
Judgment debt. 6203, 6,203.
And you have been vocal about it. I was going through your tweets. Publicly, you have been very vocal about that. Hey, I want to pay, come talk to me. Hey, I want to settle. There are multiple times you've just said it.
I've shown you letters I've written to the banks. Nothing. We cannot engage with you. Period.
Right? You were part of the parliament. And you were influential. You had money. You were powerful. You could do nothing about all of this. What went wrong?
That probably is the cause of everything that followed. Who do you make a poster boy? Somebody who is insignificant, is it?
Well, why would
if you want to make an example of somebody, who do you make an example of? A visible person or an invisible person?
Definitely a visible person.
Correct. So there you've got the answer.
But why would they want to make an example out of you when you were ready to settle? It was just a business failure in your terms.
It suits you, to reject a settlement offer and to continue to claim that amounts are due to the banks and therefore you're a defaulter and therefore we're going to hound you and chase you. It suits the narrative. Today in India, business failure means fraud.
If purely that line you're talking about, then yes, it's
you kept asking me about me. why people tag me willful defaulter, why they accuse me, why the narrative is so negative about me. What happened to poor Naresh Goyal? What happened? India's biggest airline jet collapsed. Naresh Goyal went to jail. Right? What happened to people like Gautam Thapar in Delhi? In jail. Right? So if your business does badly, you're automatically referred to as a fraud. The inference is that you've stolen. In which countries does this happen? The biggest companies in the world fail, right? Are their management, senior management put in jail? Are they accused of fraud? The whole purpose of business is associated with certain risk as well.
Yep.
Right. But in India, sadly, you have a business that fails, you're accused of fraud and improper conduct.
And people say, and the government and the agencies, that your fraud or people whose businesses have failed are fraud because they've taken money from the banks, which is a common taxpayers' money, which is common people's money. So if you take common people's money and you're not able to repay it, then you're considered wrong. But if in your case, if they have actually recovered more than 2.5x of it, or probably somewhere around that number, why are they still behind you?
Because as I said, have you ever heard of any bank not rendering an account to a borrower or a guarantor? Despite 15 reminders, the same banks have not given me a statement of account. Not one. Have you ever heard of such conduct anywhere in the world? For the first time, it is through the statement in Parliament of the Finance Minister and the printed report of the Ministry of Finance that they have shown 14,100 crores recovered from me. The government have. The banks have not rendered a statement of account. That is why I have gone to the Karnataka High Court, asking the court to direct the banks to give me a statement of account. That is the pitiful state of affairs. Now let me explain things to you in a summary fashion. In this entire debt of Kingfisher Airlines and the recovery, you have the recovery officer of the Debt Recovery Tribunal.
Yeah.
The Debt Recovery Tribunal is the one that gave the certificate of debt. They have recovery officers whose job it is to recover against that recovery certificate and inform the tribunal about how much has been recovered. Because when the full amount is recovered, the Debt Recovery Tribunal will issue a discharge certificate that your debt is paid. Second is because the second guarantor, United Breweries Holdings Limited, is in liquidation. It is in the control of the official liquidator. The official liquidator is also obliged to give an account to the court, right, on the liquidation, which includes being a co-guarantor of the Kingfisher Airlines debt. Right? Both these have stated in court, in judicial proceedings, that the banks have been fully paid. Yet the banks have not submitted a statement of account. I have had to go to the Karnataka High Court pleading with them to please direct the banks to submit a statement of account. And of course, the official liquidator and the recovery officer as well. This is the conduct of those banks. And you're asking me questions about why they didn't do this and why they didn't do that.
Does it happen with other entrepreneurs as well?
Well, I'd be shocked if it did. I've never heard of anything like this.
Do you think the Indian system gets rigged against the entrepreneurs or the business owners who get too powerful after a point?
It's certainly riggable.
Because in your case, this is what happened, right?
In my case, all the facts are there for everyone to see.
Then, sir,
Simple.
what's the future? Like, what's going to happen now? What's happening? In your story, what you're telling is completely different than anything and everything that any Indian person out there who will do little research about you would find. It's completely different than what you're telling.
But if you do research on me, what are you going to find? You will only find the narrative generated over a period of time by the Indian legacy media and to a certain extent the government and what they have said. And of course, when I say government, it includes CBI and ED and this, that, and the other. All right, that's all you'll find. All of which is false narrative, either deliberately written or, in some cases with the media, ignorantly written.
So is there a businessman, politician, media kind of nexus against you in India?
I don't know who is against me except this government. And I made no bones about it that I am their poster boy. I am also a political football, right? You must have heard the narrative. BJP tells Congress, "Tumne loan dilwaya." Congress responds to BJP, "Tumne bhagne diya." Vijay Mallya is the football in the middle.
What is the biggest challenge of doing business in India?
Government.
Explain.
Government. It's in the Indian DNA. No matter what the state government or a federal government may say about ease of doing business in India, there is no ease of doing business in India. There are hurdles, bureaucratic hurdles, political hurdles all along the way. They may have reduced over a period of time, but no, I mean, you can't compare India and ease of doing business in India with any of the Western economies.
But how did you manage that before? Like earlier, you expanded your group from a couple of 100 crores to thousands of crore. Then definitely you must be navigating somehow with all these challenges. What did you do?
That's what I said. I had to maintain good relations with almost 29 countries. That's the 29 states, all of which were empowered by the Constitution to have their own policy on liquor. So I had to effectively be in the good books of 29 chief ministers.
What do you mean by becoming or getting in the good books of the government?
Well,
like, were you doing favors? They were asking favors to you? Was there...
Look, let me tell you, when elections were announced, I would desperately want to take a holiday outside India.
Why?
Because I didn't want to be accessible. The politicians always felt that, the liquor business was the cash cow that would meet their electoral aspirations. And, sometimes these aspirations were completely unreasonable and impractical. But no, I mean, look, dealing with government doesn't mean underhand exchange of money. Okay, it definitely doesn't. I mean, whoever said that, I can buy my way through X, Y, or Z is wrong.
Okay.
You can have good relations with people, and provided you present a proposal to them that meets their own political objectives, it works well.
But would there ever be exchange under the table as well? All of that used to work or no?
I'm not going to confirm or deny that because I leave it to your imagination. Because I think you know India as much as I know India.
And they would ask for backing the election campaigns? That's what they would ask technically. Or was there something else as well?
Look, the demands were varied.
Give me example of 2-3 demands.
The demands were, first of all, cash. Second, copious amounts of alcohol, which seems to be an essential part of any electoral campaign.
For free.
Vehicles.
Cars.
Yeah, vehicles, jeeps, cars, yeah. So it was multifarious. But the easiest for me was to disburse alcohol, which is, at the end of the day, I was in a privileged position heading India's largest alcohol company. I could say, all right, fine, But yeah, alcohol plays a big role in elections in India, even today.
How do you make money now?
How do I make money?
Like today, how do you make money?
I get a modest salary from my company.
Not the Indian companies.
No.
So do you own anything here? There are companies here or in other countries?
Of course. I told you I've been a non-resident since 1988. Okay? Even though I sold Berger Paints in 1996, I've had several other businesses outside of India for the last 30 years.
What was your net worth at peak in India?
I don't know, because it fluctuated with the share value.
But if any number you had?
Subject to great amount of speculation.
Okay.
Frankly, what difference does it make?
What's your net worth today?
I don't know. Probably zero, according to the banks. Probably.
Walk me through your day today. What do you do now? After all of this is done, what time do you wake up? How do you keep yourself busy? What do you do?
Well, I have 6 dogs. I love them. I love dogs. I play with them. I like to keep abreast of international news. I love my dogs. I play with them a lot. I have a few classic cars, which I like to tinker with. But I have an office on the property next door with my staff. And yeah, as I told you, I have running businesses. And so I keep an eye on them. But sadly, a lot of time is taken on unproductive and very expensive legal matters. Sadly, once again, the banks in India, who are state-owned banks, public sector banks, carried their attack on me here even before the UK courts. So as if Indian legal proceedings were not enough. They even came here. Fine, so I have to defend myself.
And the businesses that you run here, they fund the legal fees and everything that you're doing.
Yeah. Let's put it this way, there's enough to go around.
What kind of businesses are here? The same brewery or something else?
Oh, yeah. Basically, say my core business.
Alcohol, brewery, or all that. Yeah. You love it. You love doing the same thing.
That's what's in my blood. I used to joke when I was young. I said I was born in a bottle.
Wow. Do you feel restricted now? Because you just use word, I was born in a bottle. Do you feel that you have been caged in a bottle again with all these legal matters? Because you don't have a passport. You're a free bird flying around all over the world.
Yeah. So
now you're stuck here.
That freedom went in 2016 when the Indian government revoked my passport. So it wasn't a suspension, it was a revocation. So I knew back then the consequence was no travel, right? So for a guy who used to be on a plane 3-4 times a week, flying around the world, to be in one country for 9 long years, certainly a game changer. It must be. But it's not a matter of life and death. I mean, it isn't that profound because there's enough and more to do and to enjoy a quality of life that, okay, has shrunk in many ways from what used to be, but it's still okay. One must get on and move on.
Does it not bother you?
No, it doesn't bother me. Do I look bothered? No,
Not to me.
It's not a question of what is the meaning of do I get up in the morning and wipe my tears away every day? No.
Someday, some point, you're like, I'm done with this. Like, what the hell is happening with me?
What is my solution? What are my options? The government of India has revoked my passport, right? All I can get is a one-way travel pass to India. That's it. What about my constitutional rights that every Indian citizen is entitled to a passport? And what happens if I try to enforce those? It'll drag on for years in the court. By the time I might be too old to travel.
So don't you feel lonely here?
No, well, I have a lot of my friends here in England. A lot of people come and visit me. Well, another one of life's lessons is when times are tough, you realize who your actual friends are. And I have realized that very comprehensively. I mean, those who used to be my so-called buddies who, in times of my heyday, for lack of a better word, are nowhere to be seen.
You used to hang out with a lot of billionaires, Bollywood celebrities, politicians, a lot of people and your friends from the corporate world. They all stopped taking up your calls?
No. The politicians certainly stopped. And I think as one of the many politicians explained to me, quite truthfully, which I respect, he said, if we are seen to be associated with you, this government will come after us. Because I think in the political world, I think it's pretty well known and more importantly, pretty obvious that this government is after me. So they want to protect themselves. As far as corporate titans are concerned, I mean, Kiran Mazumdar, bless her soul, she's like my sister, makes it a point to be in constant touch, comes to England, we always have a meal together. And like that, there are a few other good friends who keep in touch, but otherwise, no. Certainly not as frequently as I would have been in touch with them or seen them when I was in India and all these troubles hadn't started.
Talk about Kiran Mazumdar Shah. She publicly talks about you and how close you were, like since childhood you were friends. And she talks about your generosity, your optimism. She's been very vocal that you gave it all to save and fight it all. She has gone out in public and said that it was bad times and bad things which happened to you, but you were right and you gave it all away. So she talks about it. And someone of that stature living in a very public market in country like India, usually people stay away from these conversations and people would want to, she talks, but she doesn't. She talks about it every time people ask about you. She's been okay about it. In fact, there was a statement that she said, a lot of people are optimistic. Vijay was probably rather more optimistic than most. And
no, it
she
wasn't
talks
a
about
question of just optimism. Let me tell you, Kiran and me grew up together. I talked about the brewery house in Bangalore. At that time, there was a little colony. So there was a brewery house in which I lived and then 4 other bungalows. The one next to the brewery house was actually occupied by Kiran Mazumdar and her father. Her father was the chief brewer and the technical director of UB. Okay. And so Kiran and her 2 brothers and mom grew up in my house, in my colony, with one wall separating us. So we were very, very close. And Kiran has been very, very different. She started off being a qualified brewmaster. How many Indian women can you think of who would go and qualify as a brewmaster? But Kiran was determined to do it, and she did it in Australia. So, Kiran, as an entrepreneur, not only has been brilliant, but has a super brilliant track record. But she's a tough cookie, and she speaks her mind, which is something that people should respect. And being a woman at that. So I'm so grateful for her public support of me. She knows what I went through with Kingfisher Airlines. I used to share it with her all the time. And she knew that I gave it my all. I mean, forget about just putting in 3,000 crores. I mean, every bit of my blood, sweat, and tears went into trying to make Kingfisher Airlines work.
Now that she isn't here, you're not there, here you're alone, friends, parties, businesses, that busy, restless life, nothing is there. In 9 years, what was the loneliest day of your life?
I always have had something to do. I haven't been sitting alone. I told you, my interests keep me occupied. My pace of life is slowed down dramatically. My pace of life now is probably one of semi-retirement, to be honest. But that's what happens when you reach retirement age, isn't it? So the frenzy of the past doesn't last forever. And I'm in that phase. But I have enough and more interest to keep me occupied.
Tell me, what do people misunderstand about you?
I don't know what people understand to begin with. Forget about misunderstanding. I mean, people in general, particularly the media, they hate my guts. They don't like the fact that I rarely get flustered. And they try to break me down deliberately, brick by brick. They try very, very hard. But, you know, maybe it's my upbringing in life. Maybe because I started very young. I'm tough. And tough, so I don't get browbeaten. I don't get pushed over. I stand my ground. And the media hate it. They absolutely hate it. So, I've heard all this. Mallya is arrogant. Mallya is a show-off. X, Y, and Z. And the narrative keeps repeating time and time and time again. Because I have never taken out my handkerchief and started weeping in front of them. They would love that. If I did that in front of the legacy media, probably the whole narrative about me would change. But that's not me.
Has this become your defense mechanism now?
There was never any defense mechanism.
Like now it has become your image that, hey, I'm not going to break in front of you guys. So I'm going to stick through it. And that's why I won't show my real side. I won't show my real emotions. I won't show what I'm feeling.
But what I'm feeling is real. There is no other side. There is no other side. Please understand. For 50 years, I've been in charge. I've been through a lot. I've been there, done that. It's toughened me up. I faced the crisis of Kingfisher Airlines. I felt it more than anybody else. I gave it my all, but I kept myself together because I was a leader. If I had crumbled and collapsed, the airline would have crumbled and collapsed a lot earlier than it did.
What are you feeling right now as you talk about you gave it all and you still couldn't save Kingfisher?
Well, I'm sad about it because, it's not just about Kingfisher. I have never been used to business failure. I took risks, I made bold decisions, and I built my core business in alcohol into something I could be greatly proud of. I failed with Kingfisher, and that hurts me more than anything else. Kingfisher was a wonderful product, probably the most awarded airline ever, providing connectivity to places in India that were never connected by air before, and in an environment promising growth. Today, India is the biggest single growth market for aviation in the world. Can you imagine if Kingfisher was still flying? It was just circumstances at that particular time, government policies that didn't help, and mounting losses. But I gave it my all. As I told you, quite apart from putting in 3,000 crores cash into Kingfisher Airlines. And the final straw was the refusal to let Etihad invest in Kingfisher. And that was it. I'd run out of options. Can you imagine how I felt? I felt miserable.
What's your biggest fear now?
My fear?
Are you afraid of anything?
Well, what can I be afraid of? What can I be afraid of? What do I do that would scare me? Living a semi-retired life, what can happen that's going to scare me?
Extradition?
Oh, yeah. Look, if you're talking about the legal issues, there are multiple legal issues, all right, which I will defend before the courts of law, both in this country as well as in India. And any legal case can go either way. You can't sit and predict the outcome. Neither can you celebrate a potential outcome, and neither can you cry about a potential outcome. That's what legal cases are all about.
But are you prepared for the worst?
Of course, I have to face the worst. I have no qualms or no doubts in my mind that if the worst is what is destined for me, well, that's what's destined for me, and you face it head on.
What do you think is worst? What can happen the worst?
Oh, what I think is very clear, what the Indian government wants, what many of the Indian media anchors want: jail clothes, jail food, in Tihar or Arthur Road or God knows which jail in India. That's it. And spend the rest of my life behind bars. That's it.
Have you ever imagined yourself actually going to jail?
Well, if that's what is inevitable, what option do I have?
Is it inevitable?
Might be. I'm not an astrologer. I'll fight my way in court.
Doesn't it scare you? That I lived a king-size life and now I might end up in jail. And that is how I'm going to end my life, like probably.
Correct. So I said earlier today, right, 0 to 0.
And you're okay with it?
What option do I have?
Do you ever wake up and think like, shit, why me? What is happening? Because in your head, you're clear and you say that you've not done anything wrong. So do you ever feel like, why the hell me?
Maybe that's my destiny. Maybe my stars are misaligned.
Do you believe in it?
No. I don't believe in astrology, but...
Do you believe in God?
In God? Very much so. I'm deeply religious. I've gone to most of the temples in India, particularly South India. I've made my modest offerings to various temples. I don't know whether you know, but The Sabrimala temple in Kerala, the entire gold roof was donated by me. Tirupati, Tirumala temple, the entire gold plating of the front of the sanctum was donated by me. I've donated Dwajasthambas in the Subramanya temple and Mokambika temple. So I definitely believe in God.
So do you not then question it?
No,
sometimes
I don't question it. I just
I believe in God so much. I do so much for my religious belief, and still I'm going through all of this.
Yeah, well, ultimately God will protect me. That if I have to have a rough ride in the process, maybe that was also what God wants.
Do you think winning the case is important for you now? Or you're like, even if it gets stretched, I've come terms to my life, I'm aging, it's okay.
Unfortunately, the word stretch doesn't work in English courts. Okay, there's nothing known as stretching a case in this country. In India, yes, sadly. That's why legal matters take so much time to resolve. Here, dates fixed, trial dates fixed, decision rendered, story over. So you can't willfully kind of string things along.
But is it important for you to win?
Yes, because I believe I should win on merit. What have I done? I've done nothing wrong. I'm not a criminal.
If you could go back to your younger self, what would you tell your younger self? Would you tell him to do anything differently?
I think the values I've instilled in my son in particular and all my three children is by example, my hard work. Of course, they were very young, but they've seen how hard I worked. And basically the dedication and commitment to your objectives and your responsibilities. That's it.
But would you go to your younger self and tell something different?
What choices would I have? If you gave me a choice on what I would choose, I might choose. But if I was...
Probably never start Kingfisher Airlines, because that all cost you the trouble.
Yeah, good possibility. That maybe I should have just said, I'm going to stick to my core business of alcohol and just not do anything else.
Do you think any part of it you would have dealt with little in a different way? Anything about you, about the choices you've made?
Yeah, maybe I made one wrong choice in listening to the finance minister, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. When I went to him, I realized the writing was on the wall. There were very tough times. And I told him I have to downsize this airline. And he said, no, you cannot, and the banks will support you, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I listened to him. Maybe I shouldn't have. I should have gone ahead and downsized it. And had I downsized it, the financial burden would have been far less, and probably Kingfisher would have been flying till today.
What's one thing about extreme wealth that common people don't understand?
I don't know, because I've never had extreme wealth.
Come on. The kind of wealth you had was extreme for a large share of people around the world, not just our country.
Once again, a major misconception. Just because I had the Kingfisher calendar with pretty models, just because I sponsored the Indian Derby in horse racing, just because I sponsored fashion, all of which were, to my mind, marketing tools with the singular objective of promoting my brands. And I got the tag of King of Good Times, which gave the impression that I was super rich. I didn't spend a penny from my pocket. None.
But you were super rich. You still are super rich.
I'm not. All my assets in India have been taken. Right? So yes, there were thousands of crores. They're all gone. Right? So what do I have left? That's India. Here, you're sitting in my house. I've explained my lifestyle. It's normal. What's super rich about it?
Come on. This is super.
What's super rich about it?
This is super rich. Let's just agree to disagree here.
All right.
Because,
That's
come
fine.
on.
Fine.
Like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah,
This
so-
is not a life of somebody, a normal taxpayer or a normal person going to a job or 99% of the people in the world. Were you ever in control of your public image?
Why? I never even tried.
Because what you're telling, the version that I get to see in last 2 days, and what probably millions of people would get to see now, is a version that is completely different that is out there.
That's why I'm doing the podcast with you.
You built a personal brand which crashed down way worse than Kingfisher Airlines. Did you ever make it, or it was always just the media who did it?
It was only the media who did it.
So you were never control of your personal brand ever at any point.
Not once. Never even paid attention to it.
And you never bothered.
No, why should I bother?
And why bother now?
You're absolutely correct.
But what's going on? Like, why do you care now?
Because I'm not talking about brand Vijay Mallya. I'm talking about how I have been wronged. I'd like to show you something. All right. Here is the recovery certificate of the Debt Recovery Tribunal. Right. It says recovery certificate 6,203 crores, 35 lakhs, 3,879 and paisa 42 only. That's the 6,203 crores plus interest at 11.5% with yearly rests. All right. So that is evidence of the debt. Right? Okay. You asked me earlier, where did this 9,000 crore figure come from?
This is the official Debt Recovery Tribunal Karnataka Bangalore's document.
Yeah, that's
And they have said that you owe 6,203 crore rupees.
me along with four others.
4 others, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Kingfisher Airlines, United Breweries, Vijay Mallya, Kingfisher Fine West.
Correct.
Okay.
So the assets of all those combined, right, would need to satisfy the judgment debt of 6,203 crores.
Yeah.
Before I go very further, I'm the one under attack.
Not all 4.
Anyway, you asked me about where this 9,000 figure came from.
Yeah, because it's written 6,203.
No problem. Plus interest, whatever the case may be. That is dated 2017, if you see the date of the document.
Yeah. I can't. Where is this?
Maybe you should go to the end.
Okay. Last signing. Yeah. Date of deliveries 26 July 17.
Correct. Okay? And then I'll show you another report about an interview with the Prime Minister. Okay? March 29, 2019, in which the Prime Minister has said he owed 9,000 crore, but government recovered 14,000 crore, says PM Modi on India's action against Vijay Mallya.
But So why would a PM say 9,000 crore? Where this number?
I'm as perplexed as you are because the banks have not ever submitted a statement of account to me, which in itself is very strange. But the Prime Minister has said it, and it has been widely reported, all right? And it quotes the figure of 9,000 crores. Now, the Prime Minister of India is not going to make a frivolous statement. Somebody must have told him the
this number.
But I wonder if there was no keen governmental interest in me. It's not normal for a Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy to be talking about recovery from a guarantor called Vijay Mallya.
He addressed it because your case was very public and a lot of people were questioning it. You became a public matter. You were no more a private defaulter.
So I'm the only one, according to you.
No, you were way too public than others.
There are several other companies who have borrowed a lot more money. Seriously, a lot more money. But nobody gets mentioned. Anyway, that's fine. I'm just narrating the sequence of events. Then.
But before we go there,
Yeah.
who are you actually fighting against? Media, government, or judiciary?
I'm not in court against the media. I'm not in court against the judiciary. I can't be. I'm defending myself from those who are prosecuting me. And the prosecutor is either the government or the bank. Simple.
Okay. I'll go through the series of events. Let's go through those events together.
One of the sort of allegations is that I improperly borrowed money from the IDBI bank by some sort of nexus.
Yeah, between you and the general manager.
And the chairman and managing director and executive directors, which is...
A lot of people were involved so that the normal rules of lending were not applicable to you.
IDBI Bank had a Reserve Bank of India and a Ministry of Finance representative on their board. All the loans that Kingfisher Airlines received were approved by their board. Right? But I will draw your attention to a public statement in 2021, because IDBI is a publicly listed entity, had to report their financial performance to the stock exchange. And announcing the Q1 results, the managing director and CEO, M.K. Sharma, said that 278 crores by way of principal and 331 crores by way of interest, aggregating 753 crores, was recovered from Kingfisher Airlines. This is in 2021. And therefore, IDBI was paid in full.
Then why does CBI and ED find you guilty?
Because once they file their charge sheets, the presumption is that you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent, whereas the law requires the opposite. You are presumed innocent until they prove you guilty. I'm still waiting for the CBI and Enforcement Directorate to produce evidence of my guilt. But they continue to pursue me on behalf of the banks. Now, you see here, right? This follows the finance minister's statement in Parliament, on the floor of Parliament, on December 17th, 2024, which is a few months ago. But here is the annual report of the Ministry of Finance, printed, hard copy, for the year 24-25, in which they say, under 4.2.14, restitution of properties to victims of money laundering / legitimate claimants. Okay? And it goes on to say, the Enforcement Directorate is not only actively pursuing the economic offenders to unravel the money laundering, but at the same time is also making efforts for the restitution or return of assets to the banks and others who have been defrauded by the offenders. Right? The ED has successfully restored properties valued at approximately rupees 22,280 crores to victims or legitimate claimants. The details of the restitution / restoration done by ED are given below. Number 1, Vijay Mallya case, quantum of properties restored 14,131.6 crores. And in the comments section, details of restoration says complete amount of attached properties have been successfully restored to the public sector banks.
How did they recover 14,000 crores? What did they sell? What did they do?
They have not given me a statement of account.
So you don't know what property or
talked,
shares have been sold.
We talked earlier about the properties that were given to them, right?
So everything, walk me through it again if you can, please. What were the things that, how did they recover 14,000 crores?
All my assets.
And highlight 2 or 3?
All
Top 3,
my shares,
which got like 14,000.
Properties, everything they attached. And they've sold. But in the absence of a statement of account, can you believe it? Right? That from 2017, the date of the DRT order, till today, 2025, the banks have not given me a statement of account. How much recovery they made on which date, how much interest they have charged, how the interest gets reduced because of recoveries made, etc., and what the net position is. Nothing. 15 reminders to the banks from my English lawyers remain unanswered. Letters from me personally to the chairman of the SBI remains unanswered, and my last letter requesting a meeting to resolve these issues came back with a response saying, we are not interested in meeting. I have had to go to the Karnataka High Court to request the court to direct the banks to give me a statement of account. Is this normal? Do you think there is another example like this anywhere in the world? I mean, it's ridiculous. So if I'm not targeted, then why am I being treated like this?
But recovering all the money that you owed is not as same as you paying them willfully. These are 2 different things.
Yes, so
maybe you
I made 4 different settlement offers
from
in
when?
writing.
From when to when?
So around 2016, including before the Supreme Court of India, which the banks dismissed.
Before you left the country, you made this?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been trying to settle with the banks.
Do you have that proof?
Yeah, it's public record, Supreme Court of India records. Absolutely. I would also like to remind you, I told the finance minister that I was leaving, in 2016 in March and told him that, Pudi, please facilitate a meeting with the banks to settle this loan issue.
Here's something that don't add up for me. On 29th February 2016, Supreme Court announced that the plea seeking action against Vijay Mallya would be heard on March 3. And you left on March 2nd.
I'm not aware of this Supreme Court directive.
How is it possible? Somebody from insider must have told you something, because if a Supreme Court declares a date against you, how were you not aware? You were already fighting. There were lawyers after lawyers. I'm sure there must be something.
Because there was no such Supreme Court directive. Simple.
But it's out there in every media, everywhere. But it's written. Like if you go back, if you search today, all the newspapers online, everything that you see, it's said that on 29th February, Supreme Court directed that, and you left on March 2nd.
But my World Council meeting, obligation and appointment was fixed 3 months before that.
That is okay. I'm not saying that
So that was already a well-established travel plan. Plus, I once again remind you, I told the finance minister himself on the day of my departure.
But that doesn't mean that you were not aware of this.
Aware of what? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Aware of the fact that Supreme Court has a hearing against you on March 3rd.
Absolutely not. There was no such hearing. There was no such hearing.
Supreme Court has said this.
All right. So like I have provided you documentary evidence, if I'm shown a piece of paper that states that there was a Supreme Court hearing in my case scheduled on the day of my departure, I
March 3rd. You left on March 2nd.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I don't have the Supreme Court document, but I only have news clippings and news.
I am not aware of any such Supreme Court directive. I am not aware of it.
Okay, then the other case, you said once you landed here, your passport was revoked. You wanted to maybe come back, but you were yourself in shock that the passport was revoked, right?
Yes.
Walk me through the day when you got to know that you can't come back to India.
I don't remember the exact date, but
like what were you going through? When did you get, like the moment you got to know that your passport being suspended or revoked?
Yeah, but suspension and other forms of restriction would have been understood or perceived differently. But revocation of a passport, it's the most severe form of withdrawal, right? To revoke.
Yeah.
So because I did not attend the summons of the Enforcement Directorate, to which I replied, and I said, I'm coming back, but I need some time. I need to arrange some money to pay off the bank loans, etc. But they revoked the passport. What they intended to achieve by revocation of my passport, I still do not know.
But so on March 2nd, you left. March 8th, banks informed Supreme Courts that you have left the country. On 15th April, your suspension came for your passport.
Revocation.
The suspension was 15th April 2016 and 24th April was the revocation.
You know the dates better than me. Okay, fine.
So from 15 to 24, MEA says that because there was no reply from you, they had to revoke it. Why didn't you reply after 15 when you got to know that your passport getting suspended?
I replied to them. I don't remember, but they revoked the passport. I mean, that's what matters.
Because you were not replying to them. That's what their reply is.
That's what they officially told you.
That's what they have said it officially in public.
I'm not aware of that.
I didn't go talk to them.
I'm not
I can only talk about what I could find online through newspapers.
Absolutely.
So that's the only thing, unfortunately, I could talk about.
Sad thing in my case is a lot of people concoct things. But it's fine. I mean, ultimately, the bottom line is the passport was revoked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And then
and remains revoked.
So didn't you fight back?
What is there for me to do?
To
I
get
have
the
to go
passport
back
back?
to court. I have to claim my rights under the Constitution of India, that
Yeah.
I have a constitutional right to a passport,
Yeah,
etc.
so fight like
What?
everyone else. Like the way you would go
I-
back and be like, this is wrongfully done to me. So let me get my passport back. I'll fight it.
Uh,
I'll come back to the country. I'll abide
Raj-
by the law and I'll fight in the courts.
Raj, in your view, how many fronts should somebody open up? How many battles should you open up and engage in? Just everything? Unlimited? I have enough and more to do, right? And I want to focus my legal battles. Remember, they are not only time consuming, reading volumes of legal papers is no fun, and lawyer fees are expensive. So, one at a time.
But don't you think it makes it worse for you because you didn't come back to the country? They tag you as fugitive, fraud, and all of these are tags because you choose to not come back to the country.
If I have a fair assurance of a fair trial and a dignified existence in India, you may be right, but I don't.
Would you be willing to return to country if you're assured fair trial?
If I am assured, absolutely, I will think about it seriously. But you should also be aware that there are other people who the government of India is targeting for extradition from the UK back to India, in whose case they have got judgment from the High Court of Appeal that Indian detention conditions are violative of Article 3 of the Constitution, of the ECHR, I'm sorry, and therefore they can't be sent back. The plea was basically the prolonged detention without trial, for which we all know there are numerous examples. They just lock you up and throw away the key. That's not justice.
But you were extradited as well, right? You lost the case.
It's all right. I mean, I have a legal
They
base.
arrested you as well and then they left, they
That's
granted you bail, right? What happened?
Normal part of extradition. Normal. That's the procedure.
What happened with the extradition?
I think my stay in England is fully legitimate.
But you lost the case in UK High Court, right? To the Indian authorities.
There is more than the particular case that you are referring to. So there are proceedings, ongoing proceedings in this country. That's one of the legal battles I'm fighting that I told you about.
But if you're assured a fair trial, what do you think is that assurance? What does it look like? What guarantees would you need that you would ever think of considering?
That's something for the lawyers to discuss. But if you would agree with me, the conduct and the track record of the CBI and ED in respect of other unfortunate people doesn't inspire too much confidence, does it? I mean, I can rattle off a whole bunch of names of people, right?
See, let's talk about
I
just
also
your
told
case.
you about the fact that in India, sadly, a business failure is compared or is equivalent to a fraud.
But there are numerous cases of Indian businessmen who have defaulted on loan and they've still stayed in the country and have fought and they have not left the country. And that's why people don't call them chore. They look them in a bad eye because that's something which socially we are conditioned to look at in that way. But they've stayed there. That's why they've not been called fugitives or chore.
Okay.
And
fair
there are
enough.
cases like, there's so many cases like that.
Fine, call me a fugitive for not going to India post-March I didn't run away. I flew out of India on a pre-scheduled visit, right? Fair enough. I did not return for reasons that I consider are valid. So if you want to call me a fugitive, go ahead. But where's the chore coming from? Where is the choree?
Because the agencies in the country, CBI, ED, all the courts, the highest court, they all have found misrepresentation of funds and they have cases against you. And they've concluded their cases by saying that your financial transactions were not clean.
There's no choree there.
You took loan, your company, Kingfisher Airlines, took loan to revive the company, but then you took that money and offshored that money into different accounts around the world. That's what the case is about. If I'm not mistaken, I think CBI in 2017, they concluded around 423 crores were found. Then ED said something around 3,000 crores had some problem with money laundering. So there were these numbers. I can find exact numbers and I can quote which I found out.
No problem.
But why? Like EDS said 3,547 crore was laundered. In 2017, CBI alleged that 423 crore was from Kingfisher Airlines loan was siphoned off for unrelated expenses. Can you explain why that happened? Why all these agencies are against you? And multiple courts are against you. And forget this. If you're calling India and everybody is a system, it's a nexus, they all are trying to make you a fraud. Multiple international courts. Switzerland authorities, UK High Court, one of the courts from UK, they have also found you guilty for misrepresentation of funds, right? And they've lost
Swiss
cases
court.
to Swiss authorities.
What about the Swiss authority?
They've also found that there were transactions during those times, right?
The Swiss authority have found nothing. The Swiss authority froze my children's accounts based on a request by the government of India. They did not adjudicate on anything. The government of India wrote to all these foreign governments saying Vijay Mallya and his family's properties should be frozen, right? Only the Swiss acted on it. The French acted on it. Fine. They were not stolen properties or acquired from any money due from Kingfisher Airlines to the banks. There is absolutely no evidence. The CBI and ED are well known to concoct, fabricate, and present false evidence. That's fine, but they have to prove it. As I said, the norm is you are innocent until you are proven guilty, not the other way around. Now let me explain the 423 crores. In an airline, more than 50% of operating costs are in foreign currency. You lease planes, you pay in dollars. Okay, you import spares, you pay in dollars. You have aircraft checks and services, you pay in dollars. Right? So the money has to go out of India. You can concoct whatever you want and say that money sent out of India means siphoning money.
But why are they calling it unrelated expenses?
They may call
if
it
all of these were the expenses for these reasons, they would be related expenses.
But that is a question that the CBI must answer. The allegations are against me. I am refuting those allegations. I am saying all these allegations are complete nonsense.
And how would you explain 3,547 crores, which ED has alleged?
That's not sent out of India. That is the borrowing
Money
from
laundered.
the banks.
But they claim it has been laundered.
What is laundered? If I laundered it means, what are you suggesting? I stole it? What is laundered? Laundered to me is trying to turn cash to check and check to cash. That's laundering, right? If they say I've laundered the money, what are they saying I did with that money? Did I steal it? Did I fund my lifestyle with it? What is the essence? What is the charge of laundering?
here's the basic case. Let me try to explain you what a common man in India understands about your case in very basic language. If I borrow 100 rupees from a bank, I use 50 rupees from that money to buy a property outside India, and I only have 50 left, and that 50 I spent it in my business trying to make it work. And then when the banks are asking me to get the money, I say, I don't have any money. Now, banks are not saying that why did you burn the 50 rupees in making the business work? They are questioning why did you transfer this 50 rupees to buy something else outside?
So
that is the whole case. And in your case, numbers are outrageous.
So where is any iota of evidence that I used even 1 rupee of Kingfisher Airlines funds to acquire overseas properties? There is no such allegation.
So what are CBI and ED concluding then? What they have won cases in India, they've concluded certain things, and that's why they're fighting on some grounds. Why would UK courts even entertain if there's no proof? Why would anybody have anything
UK
around
court
it?
entertain what?
Indian CBI authorities' action against you or case against you if there's no proof.
The job of the UK court is only to establish and determine whether there is a prima facie case to be sent to trial. Right? The UK court has not adjudicated and said you are either guilty or innocent. The job of a UK extradition judge is to say, is what CBI is saying, fine, is there a case to be tried in front of a judge? That's the limit. They have determined that. Now it is for the CBI and me to fight it out in the court. They provide their evidence, I will provide my evidence. Okay, so that's as far as the UK court is concerned.
Got it. So it has just gone to the trial.
So, absolutely.
Okay.
What is the allegation? I misrepresented the Kingfisher financials, right, to the IDBI.
Yeah.
I colluded with the senior management of the IDBI to get the loan, right? And then I misused the proceeds of that 900 crore loan. This is the 3 allegations. The allegation, sub-allegation about Formula One team sponsorship. I responded to you earlier.
Yeah.
The Formula One team sent back 10 million pounds to Kingfisher Airlines to help it. All right? They brought in Royal Challengers Bangalore as a cricket team. That was the sponsorship money paid, right, for the umpire's uniform, where it said Fly Kingfisher. It was a pure, for advertising. Of course, the CBI says it was misuse of funds. Fair enough, everybody is entitled to their opinion. But when the case is tried before a judge, it is the judge who will decide who's right, who's wrong, whether this tantamounts to siphoning or diversion or improper use. In terms of the collusion, right, there is not an iota of proof. Not an iota of proof. I met Chairman Agarwal twice. And in 2 meetings, along with 4 other executive directors of IDBI Bank, is it at all conceivable that I would be able to make some sort of corrupt, backhanded arrangement with them? Absolutely not. But the loan was subsequently approved by the IDBI board. If there was something so blatantly wrong in the sanction process, because Kingfisher didn't meet the norms, right? Kingfisher's financials were weak. Yes, I agree. But the board of the IDBI Bank would have found out and commented upon it themselves. They approved it.
Because
the CBI are making allegations, all of which are fine. But there is an equally robust defense against these allegations.
In the same case, when it comes to IDBI and all the consortium of banks which gave you loan. It is also said that there was an independent agency from UK which put out a brand valuation of 4,100 crores on Kingfisher's brand. But in reality, the brand value was only 160 crores when later was audited by an independent valuer. And that was the mismanagement, and that was the collusion between you and the IDBI board and stuff. That you sold them and you misrepresented the brand value, which in reality was not the case.
Okay, so let me tell you, there was no UK independent agency.
Grant Thornton.
Grant Thornton is a very, very well-established accounting company hired by me, not by anybody else. And the other company was Brand Finance. Both these companies gave a brand valuation, right? I submitted the Grant Thornton brand valuation report, right? The bank took it. I had two recognized valuers, submitted one report, which they accepted. Now, is that fraud on my part? If they didn't want it, they said, this is not worth the paper it's written on, tear it up and throw it away, I would have done so. It's all very well in hindsight to construct a case with all sorts of frivolous allegations. And fine, if it's got to be in a court of law, thrashed out, it will be.
But how is Supreme Court favoring all of these then?
Because none of my cases in the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court ordered you to disclose all your assets on 21st April 2016, right?
Which I duly did.
And they also asked you to pay bank a substantial amount to show your commitment that you're ready to pay everything, because you kept saying that you were ready to pay. Right? Did you do that?
I made all the disclosures under oath on behalf of myself and my entire family, including my children.
Now, what's the case? Now, where is this heading? In your words, explain me. Okay, forget all of these things. We'll come back to what happened on 25th February, which recently you did, filing a petition to Karnataka court.
Yeah, so let them give the statement of account.
Yeah, so we will come to that.
That's the least.
But in your words, in simple words, give me a summary of series of events, what exactly happened and why are you in trouble? If I could just ask you to do it in like next 4-5 minutes. You left the country. You didn't intend to leave the country. You just left because there was a pre-scheduled meeting. Then after a month, you get to know that you've been suspended. Your passport has been suspended. 8-9 days later, it gets revoked. And since then, you're stuck here. In middle of it, you get the extradition process gets started. 2 times you get arrested, but you have been granted bail. The case gets to trial. Now, CBI, ED, the government in India, everybody finds you guilty.
Nobody found me guilty.
I mean, that's what they're calling it, right? They're giving you names. Okay, everybody has given you a tag of, let's just not use the word guilty.
CBI, the trial hasn't taken place,
yeah,
so the question of guilt doesn't arise.
Yeah, so CBI, ED, multiple courts, the government, people of India, everybody calls you fugitive, fraud, chore, bunch of different things. Anchors, news, media, everybody calls you that, right? And you have been publicly through your Twitter, on multiple occasions, you have been saying that, hey, I want to pay the money. I really want banks to listen to me. And you have been very clear about it. There have been multiple attempts from your side. And again, authorities commenting that though there has been an attempt from your side, but the effectiveness of it needs to be questioned. The seriousness of it needs to be questioned. Right? This is what the case is. But in all in all, in summary, people call you chore, people call you fugitive, people call you fraud. Now explain me in summary, what is your side of story? We've gone through the whole thing, but I want to understand just in short brief the way I explain right now.
What is the root cause for all this? Money. There is no other criminal allegation against me. It's all about money. Right? I showed you the debt recovery certificate amount, 6203 crores. I've shown you the Ministry of Finance report, 14,100 recovered. The question to be determined now is, has the money been recovered or not? Once the money has been fully recovered, including interest, right, the root cause is taken care of.
No, the root cause is intention.
Sorry.
The root cause is intention. Root cause is not money and recovery of the money. It started like that. The root cause of your case is intention. You had the money and you still didn't pay. That is what we're fighting. That is what everybody thinks that that's why there's a problem.
If I answer the question, what was the share values then and what are they at the time of recovery, you'll get your answer. The share value went up tremendously. Therefore, they could recover 2.5 times the debt. Back in 2016, the values of all the securities would cover the debt recovery certificates. So there was a huge appreciation in the value of my shares held. So it's fine. The root cause and cause or loss to public, to the common man, Indian taxpayer, is the money, which has been more than recovered. Right, fine. I'm ready to face trial for intention. So, if they want to convict me for bad intention, I'll fight it. Win or lose, I'll fight it.
But you have a problem with they calling you chore because you've repaid the money.
Yeah, well, I'm probably the only chore who's been called chore after repaying 2.5 times. But it's okay. I mean, it's part of life.
You also filed a petition in Karnataka High Court, right? What's happening there?
I don't know. That petition, as I told you, was simply to direct the banks to provide a statement of account, which once again I find exceptionally strange. I mean, this is probably the only example globally where banks do not render a statement of account.
But if you say that you've recovered everything and if banks provide you the statement, would you be open for an independent audit?
Of course, anytime. I'm open for it now.
On all your financial transactions?
No problem.
There's nothing to be hide.
Zero. Nothing. Please, anybody can
There's
come
nothing
and
to
audit
hide.
me. Nothing.
Then, if according to you, the case is this clean, okay, and the authorities are questioning it, the media is questioning it, do you think you flying out of India just made your case worse?
Maybe it did, but I flew out on a pre-arranged commitment with no court directive, as you seem to suggest, that I must be there. I went to Geneva for a meeting. And then, you know, the media furor that broke out, and the environment was too hot and too hostile and certainly not conducive for an immediate return. Plus, I needed to sell some securities to overseas business partners in order to generate more money to pay these banks, which I've been trying to sort of repay since 2016, maybe not in the quantum that finally has resulted. I mean, the banks have got lucky, isn't it, getting 4,100 crores because of the appreciation of my shares.
14,000.
If I don't want to say. I don't want to comment on others. I might as well just focus on my own business. It's not fair. I'm not the type of person who comments about other people.
Do you think people would have still calling you, like people would still call you fraud if
I have done whatever I could do.
if you would have stayed in India and cooperated with banks,
Listen,
people would not call you fraud?
fine, so people are abusing me. Maybe will continue to abuse me. There's nothing I can do about it. That's why I kept quiet for 9 years.
Is there any proof where you requested banks that I want to settle way before all of this
Of
started?
course, there is proof.
Can you give me?
Sure, it's part of Supreme Court record.
How do we access it? Is there
I'll
a
ask
way?
my lawyers to give you a copy. No problem at all. Easily done.
Before 2016?
Yes, absolutely.
How do you want to be remembered? How do you want Vijay Mallya to be remembered?
Hopefully for the good things that I might have done. Certainly not for being a chore.
Perfect. All right.
Okay?
Thank you for doing
Chalo.
this.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for walking us through every little detail of your case, your life, and what's going on. I just hope that whichever party is right wins and people see it the way you want to deliver it, and people see through every little thing which they must have fed in a bad way or wrong way. I don't know which side they will believe. I don't know which side media will believe. I don't know which side the authorities will believe in. But I hope they do the right thing. So thank you so much for walking us through every little thing.
Good. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this episode till the end. I take these kind of episodes with utmost responsibility. I'll see you the next time. Until then, keep figuring out.